If you guys don't know, I don't blow smoke. If something looks like crap, I might just be quiet. I'm gonna say something to you, but I'm not gonna tell you it looks like crap. But if it looks good, I'm gonna tell you that was excellent. And if you hear me yelling and stuff, woo, all of that's real. I'm telling you, man, when people get it, I love it, man, I love it. You might think that when you make these turns or anything that you do out here, if it's done perfectly, oh, that's great. And yes, I appreciate that, but I appreciate it even more when it looks like crap. And you're working through it, because that's how you learn. If everything was smooth, you wouldn't, And I use that same analogy with life. If you've lived a life on easy street, as soon as some adversity comes up, you ain't gonna know what to do, you're gonna panic. Same thing on your motorcycle. So I call that the wrinkled t-shirt theory. I made that up. The t-shirt's designed to cover the upper part of your body, so it looks like crap, but it's still doing the job. The iron is practice, right? And so that's what you guys are doing. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Very nice, I'm looking at the camera. Very nice, good, good, good. Preloaders, V.I.Preloaders, welcome back to the channel, guys. Always a pleasure to have you guys here with me. And you notice by now, or at least you should, for those of you that have never been to this channel before, welcome to you as well. My name's Robert. I'm a retired NYPD Highway Patrol motorcycle lieutenant, and the name of this wonderful channel is Be the Boss of Your Motorcycle. I'm out here today in Nevada, all right? This is practice session number 124. I want to welcome you. And beautiful day here. You think Las Vegas, sometimes you think burning hot. Well, I'm not in Las Vegas, I'm in Boulder City. I'm at the Adventure Center, Boulder City Adventure Center. So again, I want to give a huge shout out to Brian. Brian is a V.I.Preloader in Maryland. He's the one that kind of spearheaded this whole thing going on here. And then he put me in contact with
Mike.
And they put me in contact with Jill. And Jill kind of runs the Adventure Center here and allowed us to use this parking lot, this space, and I'm highly appreciative of it. We're gonna have a great day. We got great weather. I got the mountains behind me. I got preloaders and V.I.Preloaders coming out here. And if you're unfamiliar with what we do on this channel, you definitely wanna check this out, especially if you ride a motorcycle. A place where we learn how to ride these motorcycles properly by focusing on slow speed maneuvers, 1 to 10 miles per hour, because that's the speed range where you actually have to really know what you're doing so that you're not fumbling all over the place and dropping motorcycles and stuff like that. If we drop motorcycles, this is where we want to drop them while we're out practicing, not out in the real world. But everything that we do out here, I mean, everything that we do out here is relevant out there. And if you don't know that, it just means you don't really know how to ride a motorcycle. It's that simple, guys, all right? But there's all positivity on this channel. There's no arrogance. There's no judgment, no negativity, right? This is it's just an excellent learning environment with a fantastic group of people. So I love Preloader Nation. If you're not subscribed to this channel, guys, you're missing out. Definitely hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, share this video with other people that you know that ride motorcycles. And you know what, leave a comment. I love reading the comments, and it adds to my workload, definitely, but it's always worth it. All right, guys? So anyway, what we're doing out here today with the slow speed maneuvers, the practice session, I have 9 exercises plus a bonus exercise. And then there's going to be chapters in the video too, so of course you can skip around to go to exactly what you want to go to. For instance, I know that a lot of people that are in the practice sessions, they'll skip to the parts where they're doing something because they want to see themselves, because this is a huge benefit to anybody that participates in the practice session, to be able to go back and watch yourself from a different perspective, a different vantage point, and also now be able to concentrate and listen to what I'm saying, because I'm not always saying stuff directly to the person. A lot of the times I'm speaking while they're doing what they're doing and I'm nowhere near them. So a lot of the times they're hearing stuff for the first time. It's just, it adds to the learning too. Listen, this is a repetition equals retention type of thing. So you'll hear things over and over because this is not that complicated, guys. It just isn't. All right, guys? All right, anyway, sit back, relax, enjoy it, but more importantly, take heed. Listen to the words and learn. But more importantly, you have to go out and practice this stuff. All right, guys? All right, so we're going to get some preloaders and V.I.Preloaders in front of this camera so we can meet the people that are going to be participating today and find out their names, where they live, what they ride, how long they've been riding, more important to me, how long they've been practicing slow speed riding, and to ask them to rate themselves 1 to 10 in slow speed maneuvers. Okay? All right, guys, let's do it. What's your name?
My name's Doug.
Where are you from, Doug?
Southwest Wyoming.
Southwest Wyoming. Okay, listen, good to see you again. Doug's a V.I.Preloader. What practice session were you in? Do you remember the number?
114, Colorado Springs, Pikes Peak, Harley-Davidson.
Love it when they remember the number. Guys, check out that video too. And I want you to check out that video just in case he sandbags today. All right. We know where you're from. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
30 years, but just got back into it 4 years ago.
What are you riding today?
Ultra Limited.
Nice. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Good 3 years.
If you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
We'll start with 7 today.
Okay. Thank you for not sandbagging.
Hello.
What's your name?
Lisa.
Where are you from, Lisa?
Las Vegas.
Ah, so you're local. Well,
Kind of.
I think most people should be local today, except Doug.
It was a 45-minute ride.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you
It was freezing.
Okay.
It
Yeah.
was freezing. It was a
How long
little
have you been riding the
cold.
motorcycle?
9 months. I'm a baby.
Yeah. What are you riding today?
A Harley soft. Harley. This again. I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm riding.
Come on.
Can we do it again?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What am I riding? Heritage Softail.
You're riding a 2018 Heritage. You don't have to say Softail. We know it is.
Heritage. Okay.
It's a Heritage.
Heritage.
Actually, it's some kind of edition because I saw some kind of edition, special edition. I don't know. Trust me, you're not the first person that I asked, what are you riding?
And
they go,
mine goes
I don't know.
I'm like, what the hell am I doing? I don't know who I am. All right. All right. Heritage Softail. Harley Heritage Softail. There's something else I
Again,
say in
do
that.
you ever hear anybody say I'm riding a street glide or road glide touring motorcycle? No, you don't have to say Softail. We know it's a Softail, but you say what you want to say.
Heritage. 2018 Heritage.
Okay.
Okay, I'm practicing.
Now you want to say it to the mic?
Well,
when
you're
you're
gonna
ready?
do this again.
I'm leaving all of this in.
No, you're not.
This is gold.
No, it isn't.
This is gold.
I'm gonna waste the entire show. Come on. All right. You're not gonna do that.
We'll see.
You want to.
It all depends on when I'm watching
Ask
it
me
back.
my name. Ask me my name.
We did that already.
Start over again.
That's not happening.
Oh my God.
We don't have. That's what editing's all about. What are you riding?
Heritage 2018.
Okay. How long you been practicing slow speed riding?
Maybe 7 months.
Okay.
Yeah. I started with the MSF class and I felt like I wish I knew more and understood more. And so I went on YouTube and tried to find somebody that I felt like I could really hear. And I landed on your channel and have been watching you ever since.
Good, good.
And I'm very grateful. I mean, anybody, we should really, really understand what we're doing when
Absolutely.
we're out there. So.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you and your dedication to, knowing what you're doing. It's just going to make you love riding even more. All right. If you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best, slow speed, what would you give yourself?
Okay, some things I feel like I'm better than other things at
Yeah, okay.
so far, but I'm going to say 2.
2.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you.
You've met me before.
That's right. Good to see you again. Yes, because we had a private lesson yesterday.
Yesterday.
And that's why I know that 2 is BS. You'll see.
But yeah, I'm nervous, so it might be 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you.
That don't make you a 2 because you're nervous. All right. What's your name?
My name is Michael Barrett.
Where are you from, Mike?
I'm born and raised here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Awesome. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
Like last week was my 1 year anniversary.
Awesome. Awesome. What are you riding today?
I have a 23 Lowrider ST, Fast Johnny.
Nice. How long you been practicing slow speed riding?
I saw your videos about like 3 months ago, and I started trying to get out every weekend and practice for like 20, 30 minutes at least.
Awesome. Awesome. I love that. If you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
A 3.
Good to meet you, man.
Not that great.
No, that's good. It's good, man. It's good. What's your name?
Robert.
Winona.
Winona, but you said call you Ann.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm not going to forget his name, definitely. Where you guys from?
We're here from Vegas.
Awesome. How long you been riding a motorcycle?
Most of my life.
Okay. How about you?
I started in 2024,
Okay.
April 17th.
Okay. What are you riding today?
24 Street Glide.
Okay. How about you?
21, what is it?
21 Heritage.
Heritage Classic.
I love this because the same thing happened to her. And it happens often. People, when you ask somebody what they're riding, it's usually the female rider. They go, what the hell am I riding? Okay. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Just about 6 months now.
6 months. How about you? Same?
Same.
That's awesome. Husband and wife team. I love it. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
I would say probably a 2.
2? How about you?
I would say a 1.
A 1?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know about these numbers, but we'll see. Pleasure to meet you.
Yeah. Thank you for
All
being
right.
here.
Pleasure to meet you too, dear.
Likewise, thank you.
1. The way you turned, and that's not a 1. That's just my opinion. Respectfully disagree. All right. What's your name?
My name is Pilar or PK Hanley.
Where you from?
Originally Arizona, but I live in Las Vegas.
Awesome. How long you been riding a motorcycle?
I've been on a bike my entire life.
Beautiful. What are you riding today?
I'm on a K1600, BMW K1600 GT.
What year?
This one's a 2014.
BMW.
Yes, sir.
How long you been practicing slow speed riding?
I've been practicing at it pretty much at least 20 something years.
Awesome. Awesome. Shit, you should be teaching this today. All right. If you had to give yourself rate yourself 1 to 10, 10 being the best in slow speed, what would you give yourself?
I like to be conservative, so I'm
Okay.
going to say about a 5-6.
Okay. I'm sensing a sandbag, guys. We'll see. Nice to meet you, man.
You too. Nice to meet you.
I'm sensing one. We'll see.
Cool.
What's your name?
My name's Garrett Gross.
Where you from, Garrett?
I'm from Washington originally, but I've lived in Las Vegas for about 24 years.
Oh, awesome.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
On and off for probably about 6 or 7 years.
What are you riding today?
I'm on a 2024 Road Glide.
Beautiful road glide. We did some good stuff to this bike.
Thank you very much.
It's so funny, especially with these new bikes, in my opinion. You don't have to do a whole bunch just for it to just really look good. So it looks really good, man.
Thank you.
How long you been practicing slow speed riding?
I'd say about 2 months.
Okay, oh, good.
So I got some cones to myself when
Good.
I go up. I was going on the weekends, but it's been about a month since I've been on it.
Okay, that's good. It's
So,
okay.
yeah.
It's like riding a bike. It all comes
Yeah,
back.
yep.
If you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
Probably around a 5, 4 or
Okay,
5.
okay.
Yeah, right in
All
the
right.
middle.
That's a good number.
Right in the middle.
Good to meet you, brother.
All right, good to meet you too.
right.
I look forward to it.
All right, man. All right, what's your name?
My name is Gary DeHados.
Where you from, Gary?
Originally from Hawaii, but been in Las Vegas for 20 years now.
Nice, nice. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
Off and on, probably 15 years.
What are you riding today?
2021 Road Glide.
Nice. How long you been practicing slow speed riding?
Probably like once a month. I
That's
practice.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. If you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed?
3.
3.
Yeah.
Good to meet you, brother.
All right, sir.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right, guys. 1 through 9, a bonus. Let's do it. All right, good morning. Good morning. Welcome to practice session number?
124.
Yeah, you can always tell who's dialed in. I appreciate you all for coming because this just shows that you actually don't want to be on your bike and just hope everything works out, right? And again, it's not just about emergency situations. Sometimes it's about just feeling confident when you slow down. In other words, being the boss of your motorcycle, knowing how it operates, okay? I'm going to welcome you all. Does anyone have a problem being on YouTube? Anybody got any warrants? Anybody a fugitive? I'm telling you now because I'm not trying to, All right. Is everybody here familiar with my channel? Okay. Everyone knows what preload and keep it loaded means? Let me ask the easier way. I'm just going to ask who doesn't know stuff. Who doesn't know what the friction zone is? Beautiful. Who doesn't know what the first 5 steps are before you move your motorcycle? Ah, this is going to be good. Who doesn't know what the 5 stages of the friction zone are? Who doesn't know? Oh, you don't know what that is? Okay. Who doesn't know what open close is? Beautiful. Who doesn't know what drop catch and throw catch is? All right, If you, okay, good. I'm gonna go over it all, even if you said you knew it. So I'm just curious. Okay. So, well, some of the stuff I'm talking about, even if you don't know about it, you're probably already doing it. Probably, right? But again, today is about. Let me first say this. First and foremost, I want to give a shout out to Jill at the Boulder City Adventure Center for allowing us to use this space. Just outstanding. I've been trying to get out here for a long time. I'm talking about Nevada. So shout out to Rob here because Rob was even doing the work, trying to get me out here, and running into some location is always the most difficult thing, right? And then who would have thunk it? Who gives me the hookup out here? A guy that lives in Maryland, right? So it's who you know. He just happens to, he does businesses and he knows people that do business here, and they connected him to Jill, and here we are, right? And I hope to be able to come back here and do this again because this is outstanding. Anyway, we know about the egos. We're not doing that. So we leave the egos right here. The bikes will leave, the egos will stay. I'm not talking about the end of the day. You can take your ego with you. But while we're out here, this is all positive, guys. This is an each one, teach one environment. All of you know something that the other person doesn't. That's just life, all right? So if you know something, don't feel, I don't know if I share it, right? Again, it's not always about right or wrong. Sometimes it's just a better way of doing things, or you might say it in a way that resonates with that person. So that's what this is all about, guys. I'm including myself in that. If you only knew how much I learned from you guys, especially in my private lessons. If I see somebody doing something and I see other people doing it, then I know that's on the radar. That's an issue. I got to talk about that. I got to address that. So we're not doing the egos. We're going to be positive today. Your goal today is not to get everything, all right? The goal today is, first of all, to raise your confidence. I'm guaranteeing you that's going to happen. But it's also for you to have a better understanding of what you need to work on. I got 9 exercises out here for you guys and a bonus. You don't have to do all 9 exercises. As a matter of fact, I might suggest that you stop at a certain spot because the goal is to leave here with higher confidence. So I ask all of you guys how long you've been practicing. I ask you that for a reason. So be patient with yourself, right? If you're not getting something and you said you've been practicing a month, then you are where you should be, right? So I didn't ask you guys, what are you practicing, right? Because just for time purposes, I'll figure that out. But you know what you're practicing. If you're not practicing 1, 2, and 3, that's why I was upset that I missed some of you guys pull in. If I watch you pull in and I watch the way you stop, that's letting me know what you're not practicing if the stop is a little, But not really, because it's not always going to be smooth. But if it's just, if I see you don't even try it, and I just see 2 feet come out, then I know you're not practicing at all. That. Speaking of that, who's not familiar with the push-up penalties? Okay, perfect. Now, let me be clear. This is voluntary. I'm not expecting people to be out here doing push-ups. Some people do them, and some people don't. And some people never do them. This is about accountability and trying to associate something with something so we can break something. So we're fighting bad habits out here. We're fighting instinct. And the number one thing we're fighting, fear, right? Who's nervous? Okay, good. That's pretty much everybody. And that's perfectly normal. So see, right here, this is the reason why I commend you all. I appreciate your candor. But there are some people, it's never a girl, it's always a guy. Right? That's why females pick this up, believe it or not, easier. No ego. So they're asking questions, they're listening, Anyway, that's neither here nor there. We want to take our time, be patient with yourselves, right? If I see you getting frustrated, I'm gonna ground you quickly. Not ground you like you can't do it, but I'm gonna bring Yeah, exactly. No. I'm gonna put things into perspective for you and say, listen, don't worry about it. This is a process, right? It's a process. This is not a competition, right? And there's no pass, there's no fail. So if you're not getting something and other people are getting it, don't get down on yourself, all right? Just don't, all right? That's just something you're gonna know, all right, I gotta work on this, okay? So the only person here that has done my course before is Doug. So and he did that practice session number what, 114?
114.
In Colorado. So check that out, he's pretty good. But now, if somebody's pretty good, somebody else might go, oh man, don't worry about that, right? If you didn't even think about doing an 18-foot U-turn and you see Doug do it, don't, again, leave the ego here. Don't try to go in there because it's not necessary. All right. Any questions about anything, guys? If you have any questions today, ask them, please. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Even if it is stupid, there's no such thing as a stupid question, okay? All right, first and foremost, let's get the meat and potatoes out of the way. Ann, what keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds?
Sufficient power.
Is your name Ann?
Oh,
Ann.
Power and their will.
Yes, but here's why I love that. When you know something, it's you chopping at the bits to say it, right? So I get it.
my name was Anne.
Sufficient power to the rear wheel. Anybody disagree with that? Does everybody know why the word sufficient is so important, not just power? We're going to talk about all of that. With sufficient power, what does the motorcycle want to do, PJ?
Stand up.
PK. Stand up and go straight, all right? Pay attention to those words. Stand up and go straight. That's what it wants to do. With insufficient power, Gary, what does it want to do? That's right, it wants to fall. See how easy this is? So, the bike, you okay?
Freezing.
I know you are.
The wind is hitting me.
The wind is hitting. Stand in front of somebody downwind. I don't know. So, with sufficient power, it wants to stand up and go straight. Without sufficient power, it wants to fall. Right. So, this is not rocket science, guys. We know this. And if I put the written test down, you guys would get 100 on it probably. But what we have to do now is transfer what we know into our brain to our muscles to do it. And that's what this is all about. But like I said, what's standing in our way? If you haven't been riding long, you don't have a lot of bad habits. But however old you are, that's how old your instincts are. And your instincts are usually wrong on a motorcycle. So we need to develop muscle memory. The only way that's going to happen, you have to practice. So don't tell me I practice once a month, once every 2 months, but I ride every day. That makes my blood boil. What do I say at the end of every video? If you have time to ride, you have time to practice. This is about what you prioritize, period. And anybody that's not really good at this, for the most part, there's exceptions to everything, but I speak in general terms. Anybody that's not really good at this, the confidence is really low, they're just not invested in it. They're not really practicing, right? This is a state of mind. Now, we all learn differently. So just because it took one person a month doesn't mean it's going to take you a month, even with the same amount of time, because our fear levels are different. So that's what we're dealing with today. Today, our goal is to step outside of our comfort zone. So my goal is to make you uncomfortable today. Not maliciously, but the only way you're going to get better at this is what you normally do, you got to stop doing it. And that's why this is so difficult to pick up, because I'm asking you to do something that you don't like the way it makes you feel. And we're going to be in our feelings today. I say that all the time. Our feelings being fear, and also what we physically feel on this motorcycle. And what we feel, we're going to have to do something based on what we feel. And I want you to do it as soon as you feel it, right? And we're going to talk about all of that, all of that. All right, any questions about any of that? First 5 steps before we move the motorcycle. Step number 1, it's always step number 1. Make sure the motorcycle's in first gear. Boop. Now, most of these motorcycles have a nice big number on it so you can see it. Do it anyway. Let me say this. I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel out here. So if you've been doing something for a long time and it works, keep doing it. Unless it's something that you think is working and I'm like, no, let me talk to you about this. At the end of the day, we're all grown. If you say, screw you, Rob, I'm going to keep doing it this way, you're not going to hurt my feelings, right? At the end of the day, I just want you to be confident on your motorcycle, right? Comfortable and confident. Because I know that if you're not doing it already, knowledge is power. And once you have this knowledge, it's not like it's going to be hard to find somebody that doesn't know what they're doing. You're going to feel compelled to share it. Right? I know that because I see it. And that's Lori, like we were talking about, my Florida ambassador. She's coming up on April 13th, will be 2 years for her. She's sharing this stuff with other people now. If you don't know who Lori is, yeah, you got to check it out. She is a beast on that bike now. She's only been riding less than 2 years. And her whole journey is documented. 1,000 miles in the parking lot. Remember I talked about being dedicated? Before she ever went on the street. Anyway, listen, that's exceptional. I'm not expecting everybody to do 1,000 miles in the parking lot. But my point is, if you're dedicated to anything, most likely you're going to be good at it. Okay? All right. Make sure the motorcycle's in first gear. Why is that important? Doug, why is that important? To you, if it is. I
To
don't
me,
know.
it's very important.
Okay, I'm going to skip you then.
Number one, when I
No,
step
go ahead.
down,
Uh-huh.
I got to make sure I did shift down.
Okay.
Number two, if I'm at the stoplight, I don't want to be rear-ended. I want to be ready to go.
Ready to go. All right. Here's another reason why it's important. So our options are limited to our skill level. I say this all the time. I'm talking about in the real world. And I'm going to be paying attention to a lot of things you guys do out here because whatever you're doing here, you're doing out there. And some things, we got to talk about. The head nods is a big one. So because I have certain options, there's certain things that are going to be on my radar that's not going to be on somebody's radar that don't have those same options. The same reason why people that don't really know how to do this, everything's a problem. Everything's a big deal, right? And so the less you know, the more you worry. That's true about everything. So if my motorcycle is right here and the curb is right there, or people or a car or whatever, if I ask you to move your motorcycle left or right, what are your options? Now, when I say your options, I mean your options, not what's possible. Most motorcycle riders are going to either back the bike up and then duck walk the turn, or duck walk the turn right from here. Did I mention there's no duck walking today? I didn't, so let me say, I just talked about push-ups. I didn't speak about what they're actually about. No, we're not duck walking today, guys, all right? 1 foot or two, we're not doing it. Again, step outside your comfort zone. With that being said, if you're in a situation where you really feel uncomfortable, duck walk the bike, do the goddamn push-ups. But only because I don't want you to run into somebody else trying to do something. That shouldn't happen anyway because the brakes still work. But, when people panic, stuff happens.
Seen it happen on one of your clips,
Yeah. And so when I say 1 foot or two, if you're moving your bike forward and just tapping one ground, that counts. That's duck walking. 10, 20, 30. All right?
I think it was Q that almost got ran over, wasn't it?
Q almost, yeah, but that was because Joe held that turn.
Held a little bit too long.
Yeah.
That's for Q.
Yeah. And front brake grabs. We're not doing it. In the middle of an exercise, if you're riding across the parking lot, you want to use the front brake, that's fine. But in the middle of a slow speed maneuver, you pull that front brake, and guys, I got to tell you, it's so distinctive. I can see a front brake grab from 100-yard radius. and even if I don't see it, I hear it. I don't know. I got a sixth sense for it now. My option, if I'm in this same situation, is I'm going to turn my handlebars, and I'm actually going to let the bike fall a little bit into a lean, and then catch it with the clutch. That's a drop and catch, by the way. No, I'm sorry. This is the right turn. That's a throw and catch. Who said that? Yeah, man. Some people are just on it, man.
That's the one that I don't like.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to talk about that. But that's a throw and catch. Well, either way I go, drop catch or throw catch, I'm reliant on that bike as soon as I open up that clutch, giving me the power I need. If I'm in the wrong gear, the bike's going to drop. So that's why it's more important to me than it would be for most people, okay? If my bike stalls going straight, that's not a big deal. If it stalls like this, it's still not a big deal, but I don't want to really drop my motorcycle. Nobody does, but we understand if the motorcycle drops, not a big deal at all. Everybody got saddlebag guards that bikes takes them? No? Just in case anybody wants to take off their bag. If not, that's up to you. It's totally up to you. Okay? If your bike drops today, it's par for the course. This is where you want it to happen, not out there. So when anybody drops their bikes, or if anybody asks me, I'm going to say what happened. It's only going to drop for two reasons. I'm not talking about something mechanically going wrong with the bike. Two reasons. A, you pull a clutch in, take all the power away, which is very common. Or B, preload's too low and it stalls. Okay? All right. So that's step number one. Make sure it's in first gear. Step number two, cover the rear brake. Does everyone know what that means? Cover the rear brake. Yes. Rest your foot on it. Just resting your foot won't apply it. You're fine. Why is that important? Because we're going to be slow dancing out here with the bikes today. Everything we do, all of the inputs that you put into the bike should be smooth. Smooth. And the way we keep them smooth and small is we do things as soon as we feel them. Because the only time we get like this is when we wait long to do stuff. Now, that's not always true because, again, I'm not expecting you guys to be good dancers if you're still trying to work this out. So you're going to be dancing with two left feet today. That's fine. So your movements are going to be kind of like, the bikes, that's fine. Over time, that will even out, right? Even out. Okay, because what we're really trying to do out here is normalize the feeling that you don't like. Because once that's normalized, now the feeling you used to get it's not there now. It's just, you just do something based on what you feel. Boom, that's the goal. Okay, step number 3, preload and keep it loaded. Now I had a private lesson yesterday with Lisa out here, and Lisa was doing what a lot of people do. When they preload, they're preloading like I'm charging them for it. Like, give me some preload, preload. There you go, Rob, is that enough? No, give me some more. I want to hear it. More importantly, I want you to hear it. Now, when we're out here and we're concentrating, you don't hear that damn bike. You don't hear me. That's why the benefit of you guys being here is when you go back home and you're relaxed, put it on your 80-inch screen, watch it. Now you're going to hear stuff that you wouldn't have heard anyway because I'm not next to you while I'm saying it, right? But the point is, preload the throttle and keep it loaded. And keep it loaded is more important than the preload, really. Because, for instance, what's going to happen if I open up my clutch with no throttle? What's going to happen? Yes, the bike's going to stall. So that's why we preload. We just need to raise the RPMs above idle. Now, this idle is different than the idle on this bike, right? But I'm sure by now you're familiar with that idle. So what do you need to preload up to if I had a number, RPMs? Okay, so he's pretty much the same as us, about 2,000. 2,000 is good because as soon as we open the clutch, which is step number 4, it's going to go down anyway. The bike's going to ask for power. So if it's too low and it goes down, that's when we get into that. Now, one thing I've noticed about the BMWs, at least the ones I've ridden, is it's almost like the stall sneaks up on you. Like, you could think everything is fine, and then, and it's just, you're just like, God damn. So the Harleys, the good thing about them is if you have an ear for it, I can hear it. If it's going, it's letting you know I'm getting ready to stall. So we want to get rid of the EKG. For us, this is good. For your motorcycle, no, I want a flat line. So I want a straight line. So that means get it up, not all the way up, but I'd rather you be higher than you need to be than lower. Because again, what reigns supreme as far as power getting to this rear wheel? Throttle or clutch? Clutch, right? So this could be at 8,000 RPMs. But if I only give you this much clutch, the bike's going to be moving this slow, but it's going to be loud. That's all, right? So preload the throttle and keep it loaded. Listen to that. Listen to it. And if you hear something, if it's too high, again, when you're concentrating, you don't hear it, I'll let you know. If it's too high, bring it down a little bit. If it's too low, bring it up a little bit. But again, the movements are just like this. They're so small, okay? Clutch. Let's talk about the 5 stages of the friction zone. Again, I made this up. It doesn't exist. But it helps people understand this. So when I'm yelling out numbers to you today, hopefully you know what the hell I'm talking about. Okay, if the clutch is all the way to the grip, 0 power. So that's 0, right? But that doesn't count for the 5 stages. That's 0. The space between 0 and 1 is going to differ on our motorcycles. If you have a hydraulic clutch, this is a cable. Hydraulic clutches are further out. Cable clutches, you can put them wherever the hell you want, right? That's the beauty of this. Once you get to 1, it's pretty much the same on every motorcycle. We're not talking about a lot of space at all. So what I want you guys to do today, step 4 is I want you to bring the clutch right before the friction zone. So I don't want you to start from the grip. I want you to open the clutch until you feel the bike start to move a little bit. As soon as you feel that, pull it right before it. So now you're not in the friction zone, but you're also not at 0. You're right there, right before it. So when you need it, that small movement I'm telling you about is extremely small. Boom. And when the open close I was talking to you guys about, life is about give and take. And that's what we're going to be doing on these bikes, giving and taking away power in small increments when necessary, when you feel the need to do it. Because we're not putting the foot down. That's what trust and believe is. Who's not familiar with trust and believe? That's what trust and believe is all about. You feel it, give it, and then take it right back away. We're going to talk about that when we get to it. So this is the difference between bikes dropping. If my bike, I feel the bike starting to fall, I'm all the way at the grip. I feel it starting to fall. Now I decide, oh shit, I know what to do. I'm not going to put my foot down. I'm going to start opening my hand. By the time I get to 1, it's still falling. So by the time I get to 1, I'm in the friction zone now, but it's not sufficient anymore because the bike is too far over. And that's when people go, shit, this is not working. Foot out, clutch in. No. But if I'm right before it, now I don't have to waste that time. As soon as I feel it, correction. Correction. So remember, guys, a lot of the times when we correct, we don't have to stay corrected. So if I feel the bike falling immediately, I'm at a stage 1 or whatever, 0, 2, 1. Open, close. So if you hear me say 2 to 1, I'm telling you to do an open, close. 2 to 1. When we do exercise number 2, I'm gonna tell you 2 to 0. Right? And we'll talk about that. What people often do is if they do address the clutch, they just stay there. 2. Now they're going too fast. Okay? 2 to 1. We're gonna talk about that. Because again, a lot of the things that we do, I say this all the time. I get emails all the time. I feel bad for people sometimes. 9 paragraphs long. Asking me, after they finish telling me about a bunch of stuff, they're asking me questions. And I wish I had a direct answer for them. But 99% of the time, guys, the answer to the questions is, it depends. It depends. For them, if they don't know, they have no clue what to resort to. For some people, they might think this is the only answer. But that's because they're answering based on what they know. I know there's usually a bunch of answers, different circumstances. Is anybody bothered by the fact that this is on a slant? No one? Good. Good, yeah. As you should, because we should always be scanning and anticipating. But that doesn't mean a damn thing. The rules don't change. Okay? All right, so.
If it was sloped and gravel,
Exercise number 4. That's your driveway. So you can practice that every day. That's awesome. So yes, step number 4, clutch right before the friction zone. And step number 5, guys, as soon as the bike starts to move, foot up. Pick it up vertically. I don't want to see this. You know, I don't ever want your foot behind you. There's no reason for it, right? Except for the fact that it's showing me that you're still not really comfortable with this. So you want to keep your foot on the ground as long as possible. What keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds?
Sufficient power.
You're going to hear me ask that question over and over today, right? Repetition equals retention. All right. Let's talk about the first thing we're going to be doing today, but something you're going to be doing all day, and you've been doing for as long as you've been riding, stopping your motorcycle. But I want to stop smoothly. So I already counted them. 1, 2, 3. 3 pair of Indy Ridge boots. More pressure on you guys, because when you put your foot down smoothly, the boot is so pretty, it has to be smooth, right? So I want your foot coming down, ding, just like that. Nice and easy. Just guys can't see my foot. This is the goal, or heel toe. Heel toe, a lot of people like that because it helps out with your coordination, right? Timing. A lot of times people are just, coordination's off. That's your goal every time you stop, guys, like that. Because sometimes we stop, and this is what the ground is like. And these are HEAVY motorcycles. So you're trying to catch that bike. Your feet are not, and I was talking to Lisa about this yesterday. Motorcycle riders, for the most part, are heavily reliant on their feet. They're always thinking about their feet. And that's why it's such a huge deal if a short rider can't put both their feet square on the ground. It's because in their minds, I need my feet to move the bike. No, you don't. If you stop smoothly, you don't have to worry about that. Plus, if you can only get the balls of your feet on the ground, I always tell people, take one foot, cover the rear brake. Just by doing that, now the bike leans more to the left. Now you got a full foot on the ground, right? So again, like I said, the less you know, the more you worry. So if I'm coming to a stop, what I don't want from you guys today, most motorcycle riders, when they come to a stop, they're going to keep that bike under speed as long as possible. And at the very end of that stop, if they can coast into it smoothly, beautiful. And that's a great stop. Nothing wrong with that. But today, I don't want you doing that, even if you can do it. Today, I want you to need the friction zone to stop the bike. Everybody know, who doesn't know what friction brake is? Perfect. All right, friction brake. Okay, good.
When you're downshifting and you're releasing it slowly and it'll injure brake?
Mm-mm.
Is that what you mean?
No. Friction brake is you are stopping the motorcycle in the friction zone. We're going to talk about that. Bless you. We're going to talk about that. Friction brake, because that's what I'm going to be saying. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, ding. I should make a t-shirt with that. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, ding. If I tell Anita, she'll do it. Yeah, exactly, with a little foot. Indy Ridge boot, of course. But why that's important is, and why I want you guys to do this all day is, even if you're coming out of speed, I want you to slow the bike down enough so that you need the friction zone. If I'm coming to a stop, I put my clutch all the way in. That's what most people do because I don't need it. And I let it coast, and I let it coast. And then at a certain point, the bike might start feeling like it's getting ready to fall. So for most motorcycle riders, that equals time to stop. Front brake, 2 feet out, an abrupt stop. But we're not doing that. The bike feeling like it's getting ready to fall does not mean it's time to stop. Not for the boss, it doesn't. So if that's happening and the bike feels like it's going to fall, what do we have to introduce? That's right. That's right. We got to open the clutch into stage 1. So we're still braking. We go back into the friction. Well, wait a minute, Rob. That's so counterintuitive. I'm stopping, but you're telling me to open the clutch. The clutch gives me power. What keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds? Yeah, it's not rhetorical. Sufficient power to the rear wheel. Right? Yeah. I switch it up. I got to take these goddamn glasses off so you can see what the hell I'm looking at. Oh, you're going to get your chance. Full disclosure, the last question I asked, I was looking at you, and he answered. Because you can't see what the hell I'm looking at. Okay. And you're right, I should say names, because I got to memorize it. Tell me your name again. Oh, shit, I knew that. Justin, Gary, Garrett, PK, Doug, Rob, Ann, Lisa. Hold up, coming back to you. Shit, I forgot. Go ahead. John, Don. Robert? That's the easiest name for me. Mike. Okay, so we got 2 common names. Mike, John, Don. All right. Well, I get credit, man. That was pretty good. Thank you. All right. So when I'm coming to the end of that stop, guys, I'm waiting to feel this. And when I start feeling that, again, I'm going to address it as soon as I feel it. I'm going to go to stage 1 while I'm still braking. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. So let's keep this in mind, guys. This bike's on 2 wheels, so at slow speeds, it always wants to fall, always. The slower you go, the more it wants to fall. What's the slowest it's ever gonna go? The beginning of a start and the very end of a stop. That's why people start their bikes, you see everybody's feet out until the bike takes over, and then they put their feet up. And at the end, that's a total disaster, right? Especially if somebody's riding 2 up. I hate to watch that, especially for the passenger. I just feel so bad for them, you know. Somebody told me, yeah, it's normal for helmets to bump. So, I mean, they're not wrong, because normal is what's the majority. Majority of people don't know what the hell they're doing. So that's why I commend you guys for being here, because it's so common to not know how to do this, that's the norm here. And so if you do something like you're supposed to do it, that's why you get so much attention. Like, it gets so much attention because so many people can't do it. So when you hear me say the whole 2% thing, trust me, I am not exaggerating. It might be less than that, okay? So yes, no, they shouldn't be bumping, all right? You got to change the way you ride when you got a passenger, you know, if it matters to you. And for most people, it doesn't. Okay, so friction brake. I'm in stage 1 of the friction zone, and I'm braking. The braking has to be progressive. Brake, 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 brake. But wait a minute, I'm starting to feel it falling again, because the slower it goes, now stage 1 is not going to be sufficient anymore. It's starting to run out. So now I'm going to open it up to 1.5, 2, whatever I need, but I'm still braking. Bing. Then pull the clutch in. I was talking to Doug about that. Practice session in Colorado, he was like, he was saying that it was his suspension. He kept blaming the suspension. Poor craftsman blames his tools. But he got home and he realized what he was doing was he was pulling the clutch in just a half second before he put his foot down. And that's what was causing that. So remember, I already told you that's when it's slowest. It wants to fall the most. You cannot pull that clutch in before you put your foot down. That's what's going to allow the bike to stay true. And that's your goal today, guys. It's not going to happen every time. It's not just the foot going down nice and smooth, but it's the bike being straight up. Because if it's leaning, it was falling. Okay, we clear about that? Again, not a huge deal, but that's what we want. So when you come to a stop today, I'm always going to be looking at the front suspension on your motorcycle. Now, PK's suspension is very soft on this bike, so I'm giving him a little bit of grace with that. A little bit, because I can still tell the difference between a big dive and, you know, it's very soft. Unless you didn't change anything on it, did you?
I drive it in dynamic, so it doesn't dip so much.
Okay. So that's my goal, guys. Who here doesn't practice stopping smoothly? I mean, literally, I'm not talking about when you're out riding. Practicing it. Everybody practices it? Beautiful. Off and on. Okay, so that's why I got a delay. Because nobody raises their hand, just give it a couple of seconds. Then, you know.
Silence is
Yeah. So listen, stopping the motorcycle like that, yeah, it looks good. It's full control. It's you being in full control. But when it really reigns supreme is when you're coming out of a turn. So that's why I told you guys, I wanted you to come in here, make a left turn, exercise number 4, come to a smooth stop, Rob, and then back the bike up. Because that initial stop coming out of that turn, that's where it all falls apart for people. Because usually the issue is too much speed. They're going nice and slow, and then as soon as they turn the bike, they pick up speed, which you don't need. And now if it's time to stop, everything feels abrupt. It feels rushed because you created that. So this guy told me I'm coming out of a gas station. He commits to his turn and a slight lean, and then he sees something, and he says, oh crap. For most motorcycle riders, oh crap equals brake. And so that's what they do. Bike drops, and then I had to lay her down is what they say. And I used to push back on that. Yes, they had to lay the bike down because they didn't know anything else to do. But we know what makes the motorcycle stands up.
Sufficient power to the rear wheel.
So if that same thing happens, well, the first thing is head and eyes would have prevented that. I know the guy's like, he's like this. I know it. But if I need to get this bike to stand up so I can brake with the handlebar straight and the bike straight, I need to open up the clutch while I'm braking at the same time. Now in that situation, that's not going to be a smooth stop because he's just trying to stop that bike. He or she, but in this case it was a he. But friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. So that's what you're doing when you're making this turn. Friction brake, straighten out, friction brake. And if you feel anything like, oh, power, but brake, 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 brake. Speaking of the brake, what does the brake give you? Justin, what does the brake give us? And he said control. Help him out. Help him out. Help him out. Help him out.
Confidence.
Help him out.
Confidence.
Help him
I
out.
was going to say confidence.
No, confidence is wrong. Stop saying it. It's another C word. I don't like that. Nobody knows? Control. Correction. Correction. Yeah, he said control. The rear brake gives us correction and control. Yeah, these are good C words. All right, what are the 3 C's of Preloader Nation?
Confidence, control, and consistency.
There we go. All right, so we got all the C words. All the good C words. All right, so we're going to be using the rear brake today, right? But we're not going to be abusing the rear brake. If you abuse it, I'm just going to take it away, right, momentarily. And it's not a punishment. It's just for you to start relying more on your clutch. The clutch is what reigns supreme. Like I said, the rear brake just gives us correction and control, all right? So I'm never going to, this is not a competition. I'm not going to say, hey, we're just going to do this brakeless, you know, unless that's something you want to do. Because out in the real world, I'm going to use the rear brake. Why would I take away correction and control from you, right? So we understand that the power given to us from the clutch is what's keeping the bike up. But the rear brake is what's keeping us from not going too fast. Light pressure, that's all we need. Light pressure. If you need more pressure, it means you're giving too much clutch, right? And so how do you know if you are too high of a stage of the friction zone? Stage 1 and stage 2, you're good. Stage 3, 4, and 5, the higher you go, the more you're making the bike fight. They work together in harmony, rear brake and power to the rear wheel. Ma'am.
Is that why sometimes it sounds like it's louder because I have the clutch open too much and I'm literally fighting the power with the brake?
Well, it's not. Everybody hear a question? Is that why it sounds like it's louder? It's not that it's going to be louder. It's going to sound different because the sound comes from your preload. So that doesn't really matter, but it is going to sound different. That's what I mean when I say you're going to get an ear for this and hear when something doesn't sound right, right? And I always tell people if you keep doing it, you're going to smell it too, right? Because because that's when we start screwing around with the clutch, right? You're going to start smelling it. It's not a huge deal unless you keep doing it, right? So how do you know if you're in too high of a stage of the friction zone? When you're moving your bike, I do this often. I'll start my bike just with the clutch. Start moving, preload, open the clutch, and I do a 2-to-1, 2-to-1. I'll put my foot on the brake, let the bike move for a while. Now I'm in the friction zone while I'm dragging the rear brake. Then I take my foot off the brake. My bike shouldn't go like this. If your bike is jumping ahead, you're making it fight. You're in too high of a stage of the friction zone. Of course, it is going to go a little bit faster, but it shouldn't fly ahead, okay? That's how you gauge if you need it or not. And you're also going to gauge where your hand is, and that's how you get an idea of what 2 and 1 is, and blah, 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 okay? And if we talk about taking off from a standstill, I want that smooth as well. Again, I don't want to see any movement in your front suspension unless you do an open close, okay? And open closes comes in handy, obviously. That first exercise when we're going cone to cone, you don't have a lot of space. Or if you're in a situation like me, pulling a motorcycle out of my garage and holding that turn and then going between my two cars. And then my clutch handle hitting the handle on my truck, pulled it in. I felt that loss of power, feet down. So now, from that spot, I need to keep moving forward. So usually if somebody's on a motorcycle, if they start moving slowly and the handlebars start doing this, one way or the other, what's happening there? That's right. Everybody recognize that's the start of a fall. Remember, I told you, if you correct it as soon as you feel it, that's the most you should see. But I don't want it to do this. I don't want it to do this at all, because I'm in a very tight space between my cars. So to ensure that I just go straight, I need to start in 2. 2 is just going to pick that bike up and make it go straight. But I'm not staying in 2. 2 to 1. That's all I need, right? So if you do that, yes, I expect your suspension to move, but it should go up and come right back down. 2 to 1. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to jump on Rob's beautiful Street Glide, and I'm going to just make some circles right here. I'm going to start making the circle straight up. I'm just going to go in a circle. And then I'm going to lean the bike, same circle. Then I'm going to come back up straight up. Then I'm going to come back here. I'm going to come to a smooth stop. The whole time I'm doing all of that, I'm going to be in stage 2. I'm going to be using my rear brake to control my speed. And I'm giving you this as an option. Of course, you can, I'm going to do it, actually, before I do that, I'm also going to do it with no brake. Again, but if I do it without the brake, now I have to pay more attention to my clutch. Again, the movements are still very small. As soon as I feel something, given, taken away, given, taken away, right? It's moving. Even if the bike is moving like this minimally, I don't want to feel that. That's what the rear brake gives us. Smooths all of that out. So if I'm in 2, I'm just going to stay in 2. All right? Okay, Rob's question is, do I stay in 2 the whole circle? Yes. I'm never going to move my clutch. Never. Keep it right where it is. And that's the key. You know, this is us working on clutch control too, but it just makes it easy. I'm trying to simplify this so that you don't have to think a lot. You know how many times I see people's clutch hands doing this? I should never see this. Because if your clutch hand is doing this, your bike is doing this. And we already, for the most part, don't really like the way this thing feels moving slowly. You start doing this, now it's like you being on that tightrope and me coming behind you and doing this to the rope, right? You're disturbing it. You're making a feeling you don't like worse. That's all that's doing. All right, what's the name? HD. HD. Oh, okay, yeah. High dollar. So this is my first time being on Rob's bike. Before I get on anybody's motorcycle, and I mean anybody's bike, what's the first thing I want to establish? Where the friction zone starts. Because again, it's only going to fall for 2 reasons. If it stalls, so I'm going to make sure I'm preloaded, and also if the clutch is not in the right spot. So that's the first thing I do. I open the step number 4. I slowly open it until I feel where it starts, and then I pull right before that, and then bam, that's where I want to stay. Now according to this, he's in 2nd gear, right? He's in 2nd gear. And so that explains why when he made that turn coming in here today, the bike it lost power, and that's why he almost dropped it. But really it's because he was turning, and at the end of it, he didn't straighten out the bars. So that's why it was going over. You guys got to know, listen, I'm not patting myself on the back, but that big number 2, the fact that you can see it with ease, I'm partially responsible for that. Also, the fact that you can see it even if I have the clutch pulled in, I'm partially responsible for that because I talked about that to no end. And that's part of the reason why when Harley-Davidson came out with the 23 CVO, they called me and John, Cycle Fanatics, to come out there and do that. And they kept saying to me, we're dying to see your reaction when you see this bike. Knowing what gear it's in, that's a beautiful thing. But because step number 1 is always make sure the bike's in 1st gear, that's why. Look at that, thanks. You did that on purpose for me. I appreciate it. Making sure I'm on my game. Make sure it's in 1st gear. Cover the rear brake. Okay, that's early, right there. All right, so I'm good. Preload. Foot up. Keep the throttle loaded. My clutch is in the same spot. I'm just using the brake to to control my speed. Even if I come to a stop, my clutch is in the same spot. I'm still in the friction zone. Trust and believe. All right. So now I'm gonna lean. Clutch, same spot. I'm still dragging the brake. If I want to come back straight, just put pressure on the brake. Now I'm straight. Keep it loaded, Rob. See, I'm listening to the throttle. I heard it go down. All right, this is no brake. I already don't like the speed. A little bit of brake. There we go. If I want to come to a stop, still in stage 2, friction brake, straighten out, brake, 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 brake. Smooth stop. Now I pull the clutch in. I'm showing you this because today, if you're doing something, whether we're doing U-turns or right turns, left turns from a stop, you don't have to be screwing around with the clutch a lot. If you find a good spot, just keep it there and drag the rear brake. I'm not telling you can't also manipulate the clutch, but I'm giving you an option to give you one less thing to worry about. Okay? All right. If there's no questions, the first thing we're going to do today, smooth short starts and stops. Anybody unfamiliar with that exercise? Start smooth, stop smooth. Don't pass the cone in front of you with the front wheel. So this is part of the dating process too. We got some road glides here, and we got a BMW, and we got an Indian with a fixed fairing. That doesn't have a fairing at all. No. I'm talking about motorcycles with fixed fairings. You have no clue where that front wheel is, right? But that's part of the dating process. So that's what practice comes from. You need to be able to judge where it is. You don't really know where it is on this either, right? But you should know where your front wheel is based on what you can see. And that's developed over time with practice. So this is also about being situationally aware of your motorcycle, right? Smooth start, smooth stop. That's what I want. Any questions? Let's do it. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, straighten out. Smooth stop. All right, so I'm past that cone, so now I got less room here. Put up, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. I'm past that cone, no good. Put up, 2 to 1. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. A little bit of 2, brake, brake. I always go at the end, I go a little bit back toward 2 just to make sure I don't give the bike a chance to fall. But I keep braking. The brake's always gonna win. Put up, 2 to 1. Friction brake, see how it's turning? Clutch, brake, clutch, 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 clutch. Smooth stop. Wasn't pretty, but they're not gonna all be pretty. All right, let's do it. All right, guys, I apologize. I screwed this up. I didn't have my microphone on. And oh my God, I'm livid about this because this exercise is so important. And I like to be able to explain what's going on and give you guys close-ups of the clutch hand and all that stuff. But I started to just leave it out altogether, just cut it out. But I want the people that participated to at least get a chance to see themselves doing this exercise. They don't really need the sound because they were there, but at the same time, they do need the sound because I want them to hear what I was saying during, because they may have forgotten, and what I said afterwards. So anyway, it is what it is, guys. If you want to skip forward to 106.18, that's when this ends and we get some audio back. Again, I apologize. All right. Any questions?
So this bit master is just practice, practice, practice. It's
Well,
hard to know that I'm going too fast. It doesn't feel like I'm going too fast.
yeah, he said, I'm glad he said that because I usually say this, but I forgot, so now I'm going to say it. I know you're going to be like, what the F is he talking about? I'm going slow. You're not going my slow, all right? You're going too fast. And what I usually say in that exercise is after somebody does it, I say, how'd that feel? Ah, it felt good. If it felt good, you're probably going too fast, right? Because you're comfortable when you're going fast. Not so much so when you're going slow. Tell me your name again? Garrett. Yeah. Garrett had a metamorphosis. Like the first time he went, push-ups, because he tapped the ground. He didn't want to pick that foot up right away. And the stops were a little, you know. Again, the stop's always going to be abrupt if you're going too fast because now you have to try to make up for that space. You don't have a lot of space there. That's why that exercise, as far as I'm concerned, that is the bread and butter. Because you don't have, some of you guys try to introduce, come on motorcycle, please help me out. And I took that shit away quick. Slow down, you're going too fast. If your handlebars are straight from cone to cone, it's too much speed. I want you to feel the struggle and work it out, right? Because remember, if I saw you starting and your bike was starting to turn, that's when I told you, do 2 to 1, because I don't want you to struggle that much. 2 to 1. But if I told you to go 2 to 1, you said, all right, Rob, 2, I like this, I'm gonna stay here. Too much speed. Now when it's time to stop, it's abrupt. Or you would go 2, 1. No, it's 2 to 1, open, close. You hear the cadence? Open, close. That's how your hand should move, open, close. That's how your bike should move, open, close. And some people, I say, okay, close it a little. Screw you, Rob, right here, right? Because again, it's what you're comfortable doing. It's very hard for you to not do something that you feel comfort in. But again, we're gonna work on that. That's how I want you guys stopping your motorcycle all day, all day. Again, even if you're coming out of speed, slow down enough so that at the end of the stop, you need the friction zone. I want you to need it. And some of you guys, and you know, when I do the video, of course I looked and saw, I never turned my mic on, so I'm already annoyed because now I'm gonna have to voice over it because I can't just not do it. It's just, that's my best video in my eyes because I'm right there. And so when you pull that clutch in early, I'm gonna zoom in on that so you can see. That's why your bike is falling at the end because you pulled it in, because that's a habit. So we're gonna work on that. If I told you preload, Gary, yeah, we gotta work on that. It's low right from the start. This is also why we do 1, 2, and 3. We're not turning, we're not leaning, because we're working on that too. I want you to listen to your preload, making sure it's high enough, because if it stalls here, not a huge deal. Once we start turning and leaning, you know, we don't want that, okay? All right, again, that's how I want you stopping all day. By the way, Gary and, who else was it? It was, I can't remember who else it was, but use your time wisely while you're out here, right? I think it was you. I watched you, whoever it was, definitely Gary was one of them, continuing the practice, just going back. Use your time wisely, right? Every time you get on your bike while you're here, we're in a training environment. Everything that we do, you're not gonna need it all the time. It's a tool in your tool belt. So when you do need it, you don't have to think about it. It's just gonna be there if you practice, right? And so, as much as I commend Gary, Gary was also duck walking like a mother, right? It's so funny because I don't know he's doing that. In my periph, I see him practicing. And I said, awesome. So I put the camera on him and I said, this is what I'm talking about. Using the time wisely. Then he stops and he does this. I was like, man, I wasn't meant to see that, but I saw it. So that's what I mean, guys. Challenge yourselves. If you know you're comfortable doing that, forget about me seeing it. I want it to bother you. Like, damn it, I'm duck walking again. Because what keeps the bike up at slow speeds? So we don't need our feet. We just don't need them. But that's how we get hurt, putting our feet on the ground. And that's why we need to get out of that bad habit. Because I was telling Lisa yesterday, my hips are terrible, right? So me sitting on the motorcycle for a long period of time, that's not even an option. 20 minutes sometimes, I'm in excruciating pain, right? If I knew then what I know now, all that heavy leg pressing and squat, What did it get me? This, arthritis, right? But my point is, so when I have my feet on the boards, it's painful for me to just pick my leg up like this. And so that's why I can't ride a bike with mid controls. I can't, none of that's gonna work for me. So it's advantageous for me to know how to ride like this because I don't ever have to move my feet to do anything. I'm covering the brake. If anything, I take my foot off the brake, but I don't have to do this. And so again, like I said, shorter people, older people that are still riding heavy bikes, when they know how to ride this, one of my V.I.Preloaders from North Carolina, he had a knee replacement, I believe. And so in his mind, oh, well, I guess I can't ride these anymore. So he bought a trike. Because again, in his mind, he's always thinking about needing his feet. He started watching my channel. Long story short, he got rid of the trike. He bought a limited, and now he's a beast on it. He ain't putting no feet down, right? Sometimes the incentive is, I don't want to get hurt because I'm already hurt. So, all right, enough about that. We're going to move on to exercise number 2, the slow ride. And who's not familiar with the slow ride? Okay, good. This exercise is designed to make you feel uncomfortable. But as soon as you feel that, well, maybe not as soon as you feel that discomfort, but to realize all you need is clutch. We're not doing this with the brake. There's no brake involved. Clutch only. So for those of you that I said 2 to 1 to, and you said, screw you, Rob, you're going to pass me because while you're riding, I'm going to be walking. And the goal is not to pass me. So let's see. You know what? We'll go back over there where we were when we did that. And we're going to go, this way. Same way we were going. I'm going to say, are you ready? You're going to say, yeah. Again, this is the only exercise I'm going to tell you, don't cover the rear brake. Don't even cover it. And right from the start, I'll give you a little bit of a head start. Maybe this much. 2 to 1. And work it out. Now listen, I know I said to you, address it as soon as you feel it. But in this exercise, I want you to delay that a little bit. Act like you're on a bicycle. If you feel the bike falling to the left, turn the handlebars to the right. Work it out with no power. And when you absolutely, positively need it, open, close. Again, open, close. If you open, close, you're going to pass me. Okay? That's what this is about. I'm going to show you a quick demonstration on his bike. And I'm going to let you know when I don't have any power. And I'm just letting the bike work out. And it's important that you feel this because you need to know every time you feel a little bit, it's not, oh crap, I got to do something. You know? It's all right. Everything's going to be fine. Okay? All right. All right. Preload. Open, close. No power. No power. No power. Power. No power. No power. No power. Power. No power. Power. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. That's what Garrett was doing. His stops were smooth as ever, but he was bringing the bike to a stop and then throwing the foot down. So it looked really abrupt. Even though the bike was smooth, it didn't look smooth because he was waiting too late to put the foot down. That's what I was talking about with the coordination. You know, we want to be one with these bikes. And what I just did, what I'm trying to show you is the thing that what do we worry about the most riding at slow speeds? Falling. We don't want to drop the bike. So how gratifying is it to realize that that feeling that we all despise is solved just by doing that? That's it. You don't have to do it a lot. Boom. And then work it out. Work it out. Now, again, we all learn different. We all experience things different feel levels, and we feel things different. So somebody's going to say, Robert, I kept feeling it. Clutch, 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 clutch. You're going to pass me. All right? Open, close, work it out. We good? All right, let's do it. It's 10. Good. Rear brake, smooth stop. Rear brake, smooth stop. Excellent job. Now I know why you beat him. That was excellent. All right, staging. All right, you ready, Ann? No rear brake. Don't pass me. 2 to 0. Head 9, straight ahead. Clutch, clutch, clutch. All right, start over. So what happened there?
Not sure.
Instead of 2 to 0, you did 1 to 0. So you barely opened the clutch. That's why it's falling. Remember, we talked about it. What's happening if it's turning? 2 to 0. 2, 2, 2, 0. All right, rear brake, smooth stop. Rear brake, smooth stop. Outstanding. Outstanding. All right, that's 10. All right. So every time you, what's step number 2 before you move the bike?
One is cover the rear brake.
Every time you start, both your feet come up at the same time, so you're not following that step. All right? Okay, you ready? No rear brake, don't cover it, don't pass me. All right, so the wife went, now the husband, and doing equally as well. I'm way ahead of him. Rear brake, smooth stop. I'll take it, man, good job. You notice the top's not that smooth, guys, right? That wasn't bad, though. All right, you ready? No brake. X, I'm way in front of him. This is my normal pace of walking, so. Rear brake, smooth stop. Excellent, man, excellent, good job. Again, normal pace. Doug's got plenty of space behind me. And that's what you want. So if you do open the clutch a little bit too much, you're still good.
Take a nap, Robert.
Rear brake, smooth stop. Good job, man. Doug is killing it. That's 10. And the reason he keeps tapping that ground is he still doesn't trust it, but also if he goes to 2, he won't feel the need to do that. Rear brake, smooth stop. All right, man. See the bike falling over. Again, I know in this exercise they're forgetting about the first one, but I told them I want them to stop smoothly all day. All right, you ready? No brake, don't pass me. That's 10. Rear brake, smooth stop. Good job, man. He said shit. We're gonna talk about it. All right, PK, you ready? No rear brake. Let's do it. A bunch of people are still practicing it. I love it. PK's way behind me. So again, he opens the clutch a little bit too much. He's got plenty of space and he still won't pass me. Rear brake, smooth stop. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Another stop not smooth. I wonder why that is. Ready? No brake. Don't even cover it.
That's so unnatural.
I know. I love to hear that. Love to hear that. He said it's so unnatural not to cover the brake. That's when you know people are dialed into the channel, but they're practicing. Not just about watching. You're not gonna get muscle memory watching. Rear brake, smooth stop. Excellent, man, excellent. All right, let's see what we got with Gary. Because Gary is he comes up the line, he's ready to race. You ready? No brake, don't even cover it. All right, let's do it. Don't pass me. Uh-oh. Told you. Smooth stop, rear brake. We'll talk about it. I predicted it, guys. It's coming in hot. Ready?
No brake the whole time.
No brake. Don't even cover it. Just going for a walk here in Boulder City. Nevada. Rear brake, smooth stop. All right. All right, guys, we're going to talk about it, and we're going to talk about why most people's stops weren't smooth. All right, let's do it.
Preloader.
Are you a preloader?
No, freeloader.
Not VIP, I am not, no.
But you're subscribed.
Yes.
So you're a preloader. Come on over here. You don't have to hide in the cut. I understand. You can observe from right here, man. All right, is everybody here? All right, any questions on that? So it's so funny. When Gary was getting ready to go, I said, literally, all right, I'm curious to see how Gary does here, because Gary is like, he want to race, so I got a feeling he's just going to be, and sure enough, gone, past me. 2-0. But right now, you're not comfortable pulling that clutch in because you're very comfortable letting the bike do the work. And then when Gary came over here, I turned the camera to him. It ain't on, but just because I did that, now those feet are up. Like he's like, listen, whatever I got to do to get you out of your comfort zone, you know, because again, trust me, it's going to help you. So that exercise, in conjunction with what we just did, smooth short starts and stop, the slow ride, remember this. Most of your stops look like trash, done by design. That's why I tell you don't cover the rear brake. I want you to see the difference between stopping, going to it, versus already being there, right? Firstly. Secondly, most of you forgot about friction brake. So when I said, okay, rear brake, smooth stop equals friction brake. And you just brake, bike's all over the place. And because you're not using the friction zone, that's why the bike's turning and stuff. Remember, I want you stopping like that all day, right? That's not on you. It isn't, it isn't. It's not on you because I do that by design. I don't tell you ahead of time, listen, I'm going to tell you at the last minute, come to a smooth stop. I want you to go back into the friction zone. But being accountable, if I think back to when I first started talking to you guys, I said, who is unfamiliar with my channel? Nobody raised their hand. So you're watching the channel, so it's not like you've never heard it, unless you're skipping around the practice session videos. I always say, you know what practice session video you won't skip around? This one. You're going to watch it. And you're going to watch it again, but the next time you watch it, you're going to skip to the parts that you were in. And I get that. But I always tell people, at least watch the whole thing once. Because even if you're in it, I'm going to be saying things about other people that you're not going to hear, right? There's a lot of nuggets in these videos, okay, a lot. Because I may not say something to you because you didn't do it, somebody else did it. But it pertains to you, okay? All right, just invest the time. Trust me, it's worth it. And it's free. I mean, all you got to pay for is your time to watch these videos. Now, if it's a 5-hour video, I don't expect you to watch it in one sitting. But, you know, watch the video. Some people put my videos up as white noise. It's just in the background playing. I appreciate it for the viewing time, but I want you to actually be watching it too. Okay. And I'm going to ask this question one time, so listen up. So I'm just going to come to you, and you can either tell me one thing or the other. Do you trust and believe that as long as you provide sufficient power to the rear wheel of the motorcycle, it won't fall?
Yes.
Let me preface this by saying, I'm not asking you in theory. I'm asking if you really trust it. You sticking with that, yes?
Yes.
All right.
No.
I believe I don't trust.
Yes, I believe, but I'm having difficult making it happen.
Yes, okay.
I trust and believe.
Yes.
Believe, execution's hard.
Great answer.
So you don't trust it, but you believe it.
Trust it yet.
No.
I do.
What, are we getting married? And I do. I now pronounce you preloader. Okay.
I believe it.
You believe it and trust it.
I trust it.
You trust it and believe it?
I believe it.
Both. Okay, some of you guys are FOS. Again, I'm not asking you if you understand the concept. Most of you, I'm counting your push-ups. That's an indication you don't trust it. Because when you really trust it, you don't duck walk. You don't tap the ground. You don't put your feet. Because you know all you need is clutch, right? And so Garrett, a couple of times when he was going, I don't know if you heard me going 10. Because you would pick up your foot and do this.
Yeah, I touched it.
Yep, that's 10. That's, you're still not trusting it. Think about it. That bike's 860 pounds. What the hell is this doing? Nothing. Yeah, exactly. 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 I'm glad he said that because that's what we're fighting up here. This is not, I mean, this is not, as far as physical, none of us have any ailments or anything that prevents us from riding these bikes, correct? So it's all up here. And that's why I always tell people, this is not rocket science. You could be the dumbest rock in the world and be an expert on this thing just because you put the time in and you practice. So it doesn't matter how tall you are, how short, male, female, strength, none of that matters, because what's keeping the bike up? My hands. My hands. Not my feet, my hands. So just keep that in mind. This is why we can do whatever we want to do. It doesn't matter how heavy the bike is. Boop. And so that exercise is trying to show you, I don't like the way this feels. I don't like the way this feels. Woo. I don't like the way this feels. I don't like the way this feels. Woo. This is all it takes. And so right there, I'm making you do it in increments. But when we're moving at slow speeds, we just sustain it. We find a good spot and keep it there. If the bike's not going to fall while it's going straight, you guys are pulling in here. If you have the clutch in the stage 2, 1.5, whatever it is, you're dragging the rear brake, everything's working out fine. Why would turning the handlebars change that? But when we turn, we start changing stuff because we don't like the way this feels. Most motorcycle riders, straight, slight turns. That's why it doesn't matter, handlebars too high, too wide. None of that matters when you're only turning this much. But when you actually start turning the handlebars, God damn, I can't reach my clutch. Or they're too low. That's when you start realizing the inadequacies of your motorcycle and how you have it set up. And then you have to start changing stuff. So I tell people, learning this is going to cost you money. Yes, it's going to cost you money because, well, yeah, if you're taking a lesson, which I commend you guys on, because most people, they'll spend thousands of dollars on their bike and they won't invest a dime into actually learning how to ride it, right? So you're going to wind up saying, I need new bars, I need to change my seat, footboards, whatever you got to do to be comfortable on the bike to ride it the way it was designed to be ridden. And the thing I was telling Lisa and Ann is when most people pick their motorcycles, they're picking it they're picking it based on their skill level. And so they're usually going to pick a smaller bike because it's going to make them feel a little bit more comfortable. And once they start practicing, now their options start opening. And they're like, you know what? I think I'm ready for a road glide or a street glide or a Challenger or a Pursuit or a Goldwing. You know, something bigger, something more comfortable. A BMW, right? So, all right, keep that in mind. And she already said she's looking at another bike. And I told Lisa, so the next owner is going to love that Softail. That's all I'm going to say. All right. It's trust and believe time, guys. Who has never practiced it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What does that mean? Either you have or you haven't. Well, what I am going to say to you guys is, here's what I take that answer to be. Trust and believe is always relevant because trust and believe is open-close. So anytime you're riding your bike and you felt falling and you open the clutch, that's trust and believe in real time. So don't overthink this. The only reason this exercise messes with people is because we're doing it with the bike not moving at all. And that's what freaks you out. But remember, what keeps the bike up at slow speeds? What keeps it up at no speed? Same answer. Because that's what we're doing. You feel it, address it. And so, when we talked about it before, now we're back to address it as soon as you feel it. I'm going to demonstrate it for you guys. But when you guys are doing it, step number 1 is always step number 1, Rob.
First gear.
Step number 2.
Cover the rear brake.
Here's why I love step number 2. I can see people not following that from 100 yards away. I told Rob, every time I see you start, I see 2 feet coming up. That means you're not covering the rear brake, right? Step number 3, preload the throttle and keep it loaded. Because this is the exercise where you preload it. As soon as I get to the other stuff, you start thinking about that so much, you forget about the preload and you wind up stalling. Again, not a huge deal. Keep it loaded. Step number 4, as always, find one, come right before it, Step number 5, I'm gonna say foot up. When I say foot up, pick your foot up. I don't want that bike moving at all. And when you feel falling, address it and then come to a smooth stop. Address it and then come to a smooth stop. And then come to a smooth stop. I'm saying that for a reason. Because you're so amped up that the stop is like, you know? Remember, if you do this properly, all this is 2 to 1. I pick up my foot, I feel the bike falling, clutch, rear brake, it's moved up. It's the furthest I moved. Now, if you don't stop, that's fine. The point is don't give up either. Like if you feel the bike falling, just open your clutch some more. If you ever feel your bike falling and in your brain, I'm in the friction zone, you're not in the friction zone enough. The power is not sufficient based on what's going on with your bike. You waited too long. Don't give up and put a foot down. Open the clutch up some more. We're still on the rear brake, okay? Smooth stop. So, again, what this exercise is not. I don't expect you to try to see how long you can balance the bike once you pick your foot up. I used to have people do this on their time. I had to get rid of that because people were like, they're trying to balance the bike to get it so it's like this. No. When I say foot up, don't think about it. Just pick your foot up. Now, as I'm saying this to you, watch. There's going to be some people that I'm going to say foot up, they're just going to be like this. Not ready yet, Rob. Yeah, this is supposed to mimic an uh-oh moment. Uh-oh moments are not planned. Sometimes when you pick your foot up, the bike is just going to sit there for a few seconds because in that moment, balance of the bike all worked out. As soon as you feel it, address it, and then smooth stop. Sometimes you're going to pick up your foot because some people pick up their foot like this in haste. Now, if you're on two wheels and you do that, what's happening? So you're going to start feeling falling immediately. You're in the exercise. Don't put this foot down, clutch. But I'm still going to see that. I'm going to see it all. I want you to know it's all normal. Don't worry about it. I understand it's uncomfortable. I'm going to be looking at the tread on the front tire. When I say foot up, a lot of times I'll say foot up and immediately I see the bike moving. I don't want the bike moving at all. Trust and believe everything's going to be okay. All right? Questions?
Wait for the fall.
Wait until you feel it. Thank you for reminding me of that. If you don't feel it, this is pointless. You want somebody to really remember something, you want something to stay with them, tie an emotion to it. Your happiest, maddest, gladdest moments you're going to remember. And in this case, fear. That feeling of falling. Feel it, address it as soon as you feel it. And then you're going to have some people, I'm looking at the bike. They picked up their foot and just opened the clutch. I felt it, Rob. Bullshit. You didn't feel it. You didn't feel it. You didn't want to feel it, so you just opened up your clutch. I'll make you do that again. Okay? All right, demo. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Straighten out. Smooth stop. All right, let me back up. You know, I don't have to back up for this one. So this one, I'm going to address it as soon as I feel it. Doug, you going to yell foot up for me? All right, thank you. I'm just going to say ready, and you can delay it if you want. All right, first gear. Covering the rear brake. Head and eyes, straight ahead. Preload. Clutch. Ready. Addressed it as soon as I felt it. Now I'm going to delay it just a little bit. Where's my cup? Full stop. First gear. Cover the rear brake. Preload. Clutch right before the friction zone. Ready. What up? Smooth stop. See the difference of where my bike is facing versus the first one? Because I waited a little bit longer. The bike is, gravity is calling. So it's not going to take a long time for it to be way over here. Again, it's not a big deal if I have the space, but if I don't, I want to address that as soon as I feel it. And essentially, that's what you guys were doing. If I told you guys to do that same exercise, don't use the brake, whatever, but just use the clutch, but I gave you a parameter to stay inside of, you still would have been fine because clutch, clutch, it always wants to go straight. We got that? All right. Yes, Lisa. Hold on, Lisa. Let me turn this around. I screwed Rob last time. I was like, all right, good luck, Rob. Friction brake, smooth stop. All right, go ahead, Lisa. What the? Head and eyes, Rob. Go ahead. I tell my wife head and eyes all the time, just walking in the house, she's bumping into shit. Okay, go ahead.
So when we're waiting to do it, we have it either at 0 or do we have it right before 1?
What's the answer to that?
The clutch.
Right before one. Everything we do, right before one. That's it. Right before one. Everything we do, because that's giving us the confidence that, boop, that's all we need to make this bike stand up.
Just hover the rear brake, not pressing it because we don't.
Don't hover. Cover.
Cover it. I meant
Yeah.
cover it, but not pressing it because we don't need it because we should be stopped. We just report forward.
Unless you do. For instance, when I was showing you this, I had to use it because this is a hill, right? And so I was like, ah, damn it. So doing that, now I have to, while I'm holding the brake, start opening the clutch and feel my bike sit. So what do I mean? If you open your clutch, but you're holding it back with the rear brake, your bike's gonna do this. That's you making the bike fight, okay? But I just have to feel it a second, and that way I know what I need to do right before that. Also, in case you guys didn't know, it's not really a problem with the newer Harley Davidsons, but in our private lesson, she told me, I'm always having an issue putting this bike in neutral. And so I told her, it's just like your car, like this car. I parked it, I didn't put the emergency brake on, so when I take my foot off the brake, it goes like this. And so now when it's time to put that back in gear, sometimes it's like, right? So your bike's the same way. If you want to make sure that doesn't happen as far as finding neutral, there's a space that your bike will still move like this. If you can't get it in neutral, it's either at the front of that or the back of that. Rock the bike to the middle of it, and then do it. It'll be a lot easier, okay? That's a tip from Robert. One more thing, guys. There's a bunch of people that hate this exercise. And because they hate it, they don't practice it. And so they don't practice it. I'm speaking about a specific person in mind that comes to me for private lessons. She does 2 or 3 private lessons a month. She's been doing that since June. She is great now. She's gotten so much better. But when it comes, she's still putting feet down at times. When I ask her, do you practice this? She goes, no, I hate that exercise. So it shows that she doesn't practice that. So as much as you hate it, that's the whole point. I need you to get to the point where you don't hate it, okay? That's true for all of this, because really, this exercise is one of the most important ones, if not the most important one, because it's clearly addressing what we all don't like, what we all don't want, falling. Boom, we're getting this into our muscle memory. That's what this is. All right, start her up. Good. Oh yeah, I forgot, you gotta be in neutral. All right, preload. Keep it loaded. Head and eye straight ahead. Clutch right before the friction zone. Foot up. Okay. Foot up. Okay, what happened there? It stalled.
Yes.
Because you let the preload out. That's what I'm telling you, that's what happens. It happens all the time. Keep it loaded. Listen to that preload because that's your lifeline. Don't worry about the bike lurching forward because as soon as it does that, you're covering the brake, pull the clutch back in, you're good. Put up. Keep it loaded. Smooth stop, smooth stop. I'll take it. Staging. Wow, what exercise is that? Number 1. All right, you ready?
No.
Okay, I already know you're in first gear. Cover that rear brake. Preload, let me hear your preload. Good, clutch right before the friction zone. Head and eye straight ahead. Make sure you're not in the friction zone, pull it in a little bit. Okay. Put up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Smooth stop. That's what I'm talking about, Ann. Staging. Here we go with the 2 feet. Too much speed on that. See how the front suspension's diving? All day. I want you stopping like we did in exercise number 1. All right, you ready? Head and eye straight ahead. Give me some more preload. Put up. Smooth stop. Smooth stop. Do that again. The bike was moving a little bit too.
Yeah, I didn't feel a fall.
Yeah. Give me some more preload. Put up. Clutch. There we go. There we go. All right. Put up. Good, smooth stop. Nice. Cover the brake. Good. Lisa, staging. And staging. All right, you ready? Is that right before the friction zone? There we go. That's where we want to be. Foot up. All right, let's try it again. Give me a little bit more preload. Foot up. All right, stop. Don't think about it. As soon as you hear it, pick it up. Trust and believe, baby. Foot up. There we go. That's how we got to do it.
This is the hardest one.
Yeah. Give me a little bit more preload. Foot up. Clutch. Oh, you had it right there. That was good. So right there, you felt it. As soon as you felt it, you pulled it back in. Keep it open. Don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Foot up. Now you're moving. Make sure that bike's not moving. Foot up.
I got trust issues.
You're good.
Yeah.
Preload. Give me some more. Pull the clutch in a little bit. You're moving. Foot up. Clutch. Ah, you had it. Stop. Try it again. More preload. Foot up. Clutch. Ah, that was it, man. Trust and believe. Do it again.
Yeah.
Foot up. Clutch. One more time, man. You're moving. Foot up. All right, head over there. Like I said, guys, he'll just have to keep working on that. It's not a big deal. Friction brake. Still speed. I want the friction zone to pull you through. All right, you ready? Is that right before the friction zone? Make sure that's right before the friction zone. Good, head nice, straight ahead. Your bike's moving, pull the clutch in a little bit. All right, give me a little bit more preload. You're moving, pull the clutch in a little bit. If you feel the bike moving, you know you're in the friction zone.
Yeah.
Foot up. Now you're moving. Make sure that bike's not moving at all before you pick up your foot, Don. That's Dan.
No, it's Don.
Don, oh shit, all right. Don't doubt yourself, Rob. Good, give me some more preload. Your bike's moving. So whenever I say your bike's moving, you do this. You don't need to do that. Yeah, just a little. Yeah, just a little.
Okay.
Pull it in a little. Give me some more preload. Foot up. Now you're moving. Remember, don't think about it. As soon as you hear foot up, get that foot up. And wait for falling. Right now you're just taking off. You're moving. Preload. Foot up. Now you're moving.
So we're just covering the brake. We're not pressure on the brake.
You're covering it, not hovering. Covering. Your foot's on it, but you're not pressing it.
That's what I could use.
Yeah, you know. Good thing you follow the, the first 5 steps.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, preload. Get that preload up a little bit. Good. Foot up. Clutch. Smooth stop. Friction brake. I'll take it. Slow down. Friction brake. Ah, don't give up on it at the end. You had it. Ride that thing all the way to the end. All right, you ready? First gear, yes. Covering the rear brake. Preload. Head nice straight ahead. Clutch right before the friction zone, yes. Give me a little bit more preload. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. All right. Preload. Foot up. All right, try it again. And don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Give me some more preload. Foot up. Nah, you're moving. You're moving. Right now, you're just when you're.
I'm letting off the brake when you said put up too.
Well, you shouldn't be pressing the brake anyway. You're just covering it. Yep. Foot up. Nope. What you're doing is when you hit foot up, you're just opening the clutch. You got to feel falling first. As soon as I say foot up, the bike moves. I should see your foot come up with the bike not moving at all. Trust and believe. All right, preload. Foot up. There we go, clutch. Ah, that was it. That was it.
Last time.
All right. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Trust and believe. One more time, man. One more time. It's coming. It's like right there. Foot up. Nah, you're moving. All right, man. Good. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. That's what I want. Every stop. All right. You know what you're doing here? Okay, head nice straight ahead. Foot up. Nope, you're moving. Come to a stop. Let's try it again. Make sure when you pick your foot up, this bike's not moving at all. Don't forget to come to a smooth stop. All right, head nice straight ahead. Foot up. Beautiful. Smooth stop. Outstanding, PK. Outstanding. Good. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Ding. All right. All right, you know what you're doing here?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay,
Have
good.
the clutch almost where I'm going and try to hold it as far as I can and then give it some clutch.
And make sure when you pick up your foot, this bike's not moving at all. Trust and believe.
Okay.
And don't forget to come to a smooth stop.
And I cover the rear and everything right now.
Cover the rear brake, yes. That's step number 2. All right. Foot up. Good. Smooth stop. Excellent, man. Excellent. 2 to 1. 2 to 1. Man, you're making that thing fight, man. All right. You know what you're doing here? All right.
Yep.
First gear, yes, covering the rear brake. Reload the throttle. Clutch right before the friction zone. Head nice straight ahead. Pull the clutch in, you're moving. Pull the clutch in a little bit. Okay. Don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Foot up. Clutch, clutch. All right. What happened there? Yep. Yep. Keep that throttle loaded, brother. I knew it was coming eventually. All right. Right before the friction zone. Good. Foot up. Clutch, clutch. See, it almost stalled again. Make sure you keep it loaded. Like the last time you did it, you had it. That was perfect. You just didn't keep it loaded. Foot up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Yeah, you keep letting the preload go. Keep that throttle low. So what we're going to do, we're going to preload it more. Okay, let's do it again. More, a little bit more. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Smooth stop. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Preload. So you hear, as he's pulling away, the preload is still too low. So I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was, at some point the bike is going to stall. But we're still going straight, so not a big deal. Good. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Like butter.
Like butter, baby.
All right, man. Here, covering that rear brake. Preload. Put up. Smooth stop, smooth stop. I'll take it. Nice and easy. Friction brake. See, no friction brake there. I want you to use it every time you stop it. All right. First gear, you know what you're doing here? Covering the rear brake.
I think I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. Preload. Right before the friction zone. Head 9, straight ahead. Make sure when you pick up your foot, the bike's not moving at all. Don't forget to stop smooth. Foot up. All right, come on back. Come on back. So that's good. You did what you were supposed to do, but you waited too late to do it. Not enough clutch, that's all that is. Foot up. Smooth stop. All right, do it again because you were moving. Make sure when you pick your foot up, the bike's not moving at all. Foot up. Smooth stop. Make sure those bars are straight when you stop. Make sure those handlebars are straight when you stop. Good job. All right, guys. Some people trust and believe, most don't. That's expected. And so now we're going to move on to exercise number 4, right turns, left turns from a stop. So listen, guys, this is a perfect example of what I mean when I say don't be in a rush to the next exercise. Because if you're struggling with exercise number 3, trust and believe, it's almost guaranteed you're going to have an issue with other stuff, including the next exercise we're doing, right turns, left turns from a stop, because we're going very slowly, we're not leaning, so you're not going to have any speed to assist you, and you're really going to have to be able to trust and believe, okay? All right, it's relevant in every exercise, but especially that one. All right, let's do it. Any questions, guys? Exercise number 3. Who loves the way that felt?
How do you rewire my brain?
I knew you were going to raise your hand. I knew it. Most people don't, and so that's the whole point here, right? I want you to feel like, damn it, but don't let that make you not practice it. Keep practicing it, and if you got somebody there with you, let them say foot up to you, so that you can just pick your foot up, because everything I told you was going to happen, happened. Foot up, screw you, Rob. Foot up, give me a second, Rob. Yeah, or foot up, other foot down. You know, I tell people all the time, if you know what to do, but you don't practice it, if you really think that when you're out there and something comes up, that you're going to have the presence of mind to do it, you're fooling yourself. You need muscle memory. That's the only way it's going to happen, period, right? But like I always say, it's not always about something happening and you getting hurt. Sometimes it's just simple stuff. I want this to be so that when you get on your bike and you see something, your brain says, just turn, where everybody else is like, they're looking for the longest route. Because it's inconceivable for them to say, I'm doing that, right? And that's the reason why if I go someplace, I was in Bethune-Cookman at Bike Week. I'll never forget this. It's a crap load of people. Robert Simmons, do one of your tricks. What tricks? He wanted me to make a U-turn. That's the trick, right? That's how it's perceived, right? Anywho, if that's something you're practicing, again, like I said, we're not going to spend a ton of time on an exercise. That's a private lesson, right? But this is just to get you to see, all right, I need to work on this, all right? You can work on this exercise, well, I can't say anywhere, but someplace close. But the good thing about the first 2 we did, 1 and 2, every time you ride, you can practice those exercises. All right, before I start talking about this exercise, I want you guys to walk in here and look at it. Come on. Look at it in real time. This is what we're going to be doing.
Falling.
Well,
Falling.
If
Don't
we,
say that word.
if we fall, we just pick it up.
Wait a minute,
I was practicing them a little bit wider.
Is anybody unfamiliar with this? Yeah, you're unfamiliar with this? I don't buy that, Ann. Anybody unfamiliar with this exercise?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good. Okay, good. Now, step back over there. Well, you can stay right here. It doesn't matter. All right. This is exercise number 4. Right turns, left turns from a stop. This is my highest failure rate. Why? Because, let's do it this way. I'm going to ask a question. I'm just going to come to you. You can tell me one or the other. What's your strength? Right turns or left turns? Right turns. Right? Left. Left?
I'm right and left. I don't know.
You don't know yet. Okay, that's fine.
Same.
Same? Left? Right? Left. Left? Left. That's your strength. Okay. Oh, by the way, Rob, when you pulled up, don't think I'm going to take it easy because you're loaning me the bike. 40 push-ups on that stop. Remember, I want you stopping the same all the time, guys. And that's the other benefit of that first exercise. Because when you're waiting in line and the line progresses, now that's a little bit of space. That's not the time to duck walk. Make sure it's in first gear, cover the rear brake, blah, blah, blah. 2 to 1, nice and easy. Friction brake, bing. All right. Remember your answers that you just gave me. Because when I asked that question, most of the people that are answering that question, they're thinking about U-turns. Because most motorcycle riders don't ride like this. They don't turn like this. We talked about it earlier. Motorcycle riders want to ride straight and make slight turns. So doing this is, no. Full lock may as well be like a curse word because people just don't want to do it. You don't need to be full lock here, but if you are, remember, what keeps the bike up at slow speeds? As long as you keep that power, it's not going to fall. Listen, all you guys paid $400 to be here. If your bike drops today and you have sufficient power on the rear wheel, I'll refund your money and quadruple it. That's how sure I am. It's just not going to happen. You know, it's not, Rob, I'm telling you, you can tell me whatever you want. I know it's a gyroscopic machine. It always wants to stand up and go straight, period, right? So with that being said, what happens here most of the time is if somebody does say, okay, power, it wants to go straight, but you're trying to turn. That's why they end up going like this. Too much power. This is why I don't like people trying to fast track this. Exercises 1, 2, and 3. Get proficient with those before you start doing this. If you struggle with exercise number 3, I'm almost guaranteeing you in here, you're going to put your foot down. Because this exercise is the gravel road. This is how you ride on gravel. Because we're not leaning to make this turn. Straight up. In order for you to do that, 2 miles per hour is the fastest you should be going. 2. And I know you're like, no, I'm going 2. No, you're not. Because people are going to feel compelled to come in here and lean. If you lean even a little bit, if it's gravel, you're on your ass, right? Straight up and down. So what are we doing? Are we introducing some new technique here? No, but this is the first time we're turning. So when you guys are approaching this, that's exercise number 2, but with the brake. So on the approach, that's when you kind of get everything together. Preload, I like the way that feels. Keep it there. Clutch, what stage am I in? Whatever stage it is, if it feels good, if it's working, keep it there. Do that before you even start using the rear brake so that you know you're not in too high of a stage of the friction zone. And then start applying a little bit of pressure to the brake if you want to. And when you get right here, what comes first, head and eyes or handlebars?
Head and eyes.
That's right. Anybody disagree with that? Head and eyes and then handlebars. Not head and eyes and handlebars at the same time. It doesn't do you any good to look while you're here. It's too late. You're already in the lane. Head and eyes and handlebars. Now, I don't want you, I see this all the time. People are looking at me. They're looking like this way back there. No. I want you to look where you're going, right? But then I want you to look where you want to go, right? Head and eyes, handlebars. Now, this is the thing. When people turn their handlebars, stuff starts falling apart because they start changing stuff, but they're changing it drastically. Remember, we're always standing by waiting for the report. What's the report, Lisa?
That your bike feels like it's going to fall.
That's right. The report is to my brain, and it's saying, Robert, I feel falling. As soon as I get that report, I address it. Now, I already showed you when I was making those circles. I'm going to keep my clutch right where it is. When I feel falling, I'm turning and I feel the bike falling in. How do I correct that? Let off the brake a little bit or release the clutch. They're both correct, right? But if I release the clutch, it's got to be a 2 to 1. Because if I just go 2, it's going to go straight. So I feel the bike, everything's working out. All of a sudden, I feel it start to fall. Come off the brake. And as soon as I come off the brake a little bit, go back on it. Because again, this is like being on a tightrope. If I'm on that tightrope and I feel myself falling to the left, if I adjust my weight, I'm not going to go like this, because then it's just going to throw me to the other side. That's the same thing with your bike. If I feel the bike starting to fall inward, I can't overcorrect it because then it always wants to go straight. So again, I'm going to go off the brake, on the brake. Or if I'm using the clutch, 2, 1. Now what if I'm making this turn, I'm going very slowly, remember I'm straight up, and I feel the bike falling this way. How do I correct that?
Let off the brake.
brake, not let off the brake, because then it's going to go that way. So remember, we let off the brake when it's falling to the left. If it's falling to the right, we have to do the opposite, because remember, it doesn't take a whole lot to affect that bike at slow speeds. Everything we do is small and minuscule. So why the hell, if I'm turning left, usually the bike is always going to kind of fall in which way the handlebars are turned. That's why people drop their bikes when they stop that way. So how the hell is the bike falling to the right? You have a little bit too much clutch, just a little bit. So if you're in tune with that, you have to correct that as soon as you feel it, because it is going to get to a point of no return. It's just going to go that way. And then you can still brake, you can still correct it, but it's not going to be able to stay on the trajectory that you want. In this exercise, our goal is when we make this turn to be right here in the middle. And when you do it, I'm going to put a graphic on the screen. It's going to say right in the middle. That's the goal. You don't have to. If you're going to hit a cone, just hit it. I want to see where you end up, and we can work on bringing that in. But I don't want you to put a foot down. That's the goal here, because that's how we get hurt. Don't put your feet down. Clutch is the answer, okay? So first time we do this, guys, coming through, we're going to go left, since most of you said left. We'll see if that holds true. Now, another thing is holding turns. What does holding turns buy you?
Space.
And?
Time.
Space and time. It's not really relevant in this exercise, but it will be. But what it is going to do is ensure that you're in the middle. Motorcycle riders hate turning. So if I get them to turn, they want to get out of the turn as quickly as possible. And so that's why a turn that would have been great, a U-turn that would have been tight, ends up being wide, because they start coming out early. So when you make this turn, hold the turn. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Boom, right in the middle. Exit out. When I tell you, we're going to do it coming from a stop. First time, we're going to go straight through, left. Then I'm going to tell you to come from a stop. This is the chute. You could be in the chute. I don't care where you are in the chute when you come to a stop, or when you do it without stopping. This is not a competition. So if you want to go to the right to make the left turn, that's perfectly fine. But keep in mind that the more you practice this, the more you're going to realize you don't need to do that on a motorcycle. You just don't. When you go all the way to the right, you're just showing me, I don't want to turn my handlebars any more than this. It's still, again, that's still fine. And you can stop all the way back there if you want. Your front wheel has to at least be in the chute. But as time goes on, when you practice this on your own, at some point, I want you stopping here. Because out in the real world, sometimes you're going to stop at a stop sign and you're not going to be able to see around a parked car. It's mostly in cities. And so that's not going to be, I don't want you to get in the real world and go, oh crap. I always practice back here so I get a running start. We don't need a running start. Why? What keeps the bike up at slow speeds? What keeps the bike up at no speed? Yeah, I'm going to introduce it right away, but what am I going to do? 2, 1, rear brake, right away, rear brake, right away. Because it gives me what? Correction and control. Sometimes we're going to open the clutch too much. Correction. I'm going to correct it in real time right away before it gets out of hand, right? And the preload. So what happened to Gary, I foresee, it happened every practice session I do, there's somebody that's like, screw your preload, I'm fine. And it's just a matter of time before it stalls. Keep that throttle loaded, keep it elevated, okay? All right, yes?
So are you saying that no matter what, because
I'm pretty sure this is not, go ahead.
This is my thing, right? My issue is this one. I've only dropped my bike up a slope, trying to make a sharp left, right? That every time it was because I grabbed, well, except for the first, which we know I grabbed this in the beginning, but anyway, but it's because I grabbed the clutch, because I didn't stall. So no matter what, if my bike goes down, it's because, and I didn't stall, it's because I didn't have enough clutch.
Outside of a mechanical issue, yes. It's only going to fall for 2 reasons, because what does it always want to do with power?
Okay.
No, answer the question, ma'am.
It wants to stay up and go straight.
Exactly. So if it falls, that means you weren't giving it the only thing that's keeping it up, power, or sufficient power. Okay, it's a good question.
Because when I turn to the left, I have this habit of, without being conscious of it, of tightening, of closing the clutch.
Yeah.
And that's why I feel like my left is harder than my right, because I have to be consciously aware that I'm doing that.
And we talked about this in the private lesson yesterday. She goes, and it happens to a lot of people, because they have the death grip on their grips. When they turn certain ways, the preload is changing up or down because they're not listening to it. And so I told her, let me see how you hold the grip. So she puts her hand on the grip the way she normally would, comfortably. If you do that and then you preload, it's going to be very easy for it to go back to where it's comfortable. So I told her to pronate. Put your hand like this. And now when you preload, It's not a normal position, and it's easier to keep it that way. And when you get out of the preload, you're gonna actually have to go like this. A small amount, if it's necessary. You try it out, see if it works.
I think it's brilliant because I'm doing two things to screw my situation up when I'm making a left. I lose some of my preload, and I'm closing some of my clutch.
Yes, but think about this, guys. Again, you're always supposed to be in tune to the bike. So sometimes we're gonna screw up. We're not robots. You're gonna feel something or hear something that shows you something's not right, but you need to correct it. Again, this is not rocket science. So when you know, I feel falling, power, I need power. You know, the preload feels too low, give it back. It's too high, let it, you know. So it's just a matter of going through it and getting the ear and all that good stuff, okay? So again, we're gonna go straight through, then we're gonna do it from a stop. Then I'm gonna have you stop, make this turn, smooth stop, okay? Everybody clear about that?
We're doing one of each.
One of each, and then we're gonna do it going right. I'm gonna demo it. All right, I like this. No, you're good. I like the way my clutch feels. I'm gonna keep it right here. I like the way my preload is. Head and eyes. Just using the brake. Keep it loaded, Rob. Hold that turn right in the middle. When it's time to do it from a stop, smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop. Now I'm gonna look head and eyes first because I'm not going straight. I don't need to look straight. Now I can either turn my handlebars a little bit or I can keep them straight from here. You guys can start wherever you want. As soon as I open my clutch, I'm on my rear brake right away. 2 to 1. Keep it loaded, Robert. Rear brake, right in the middle. Then we're gonna do it we're gonna stop and then stop. Smooth stop. Let's go right. We don't want to discriminate. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Smooth stop. All right, let's do it. So Ann's gonna be going first. Good, keep it loaded. Head and eyes on my camera. Excellent, Ann, excellent. Keep it loaded. Head and eyes, look at my camera. Keep looking at my camera. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Good job, good job. Now keep that preload up. You're good, you're good. Good job. Trust and believe. Right there, trust and believe came in. Good. Stay at that speed. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Head and eyes on my camera. You're looking down. Keep it loaded. Hold that turn. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Good job. Now, of course, that turn's tighter if he holds that turn. Head and eyes. Good. Keep the clutch where it is. Rear brake. Start turning. Head and eyes on my camera. Rear brake, rear brake. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. There you go. Good job. Keep it loaded. Keep the clutch where it is, Rob. Head and eyes on my camera. Head and eyes on my camera. Good. Keep it loaded. Keep that throttle loaded. Keep the clutch where it is. Just use the brake. All right, go back. We're going to start over. Because I'm watching your clutch hand doing this. And that's why the bike's falling. You're taking power away and you need it. Yeah. So on the approach, find out where you need. Keep going back. Go back. I want you to have more space to get that clutch where it's good. Once it's there, just hold it there. Hold it there. Yep. Use the rear brake to control your speed. Preload. Keep preload. More preload. Foot up. Good. Keep the clutch right there. Clutch, 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 clutch. Well, would you look at that? What was it? Neutral? Yeah. All right. Preload. Good. Foot up. Foot up. Rear brake. Just drag the brake. Head and eyes on my camera. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Clutch. Stop right there. Turn the handlebars. All right. This is 2 to 1. 1. Pull it in. There we go. There we go. There we go. And that's how you keep the bars turning. If you stay at 2, it's going to go straight. Excellent, PK. Good. Head and eyes on my camera. Good job. Right in the middle. Good. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Keep the clutch where it is, Gary. You're pulling it in. Preload. Put up. Head and eyes on the camera. No. Put it on the kickstand. Put it on the kickstand. You mind if I try it on this? Yeah. I want to see something. Shit, this seat might be too close for me. Because I know the bike is built. What'd you do to this engine?
It's a cam.
That's it? Just a cam?
Cam, yeah.
That's it?
And tuning, computer tuning.
All right. Motorcycle's fine, sir. So I just wanted to make sure it wasn't. Sometimes people's bikes are so powerful, but it doesn't even matter because it's always the clutch. Okay. So remember, when you start, Gary, open, close, right? Now, 2 to 1, 2 to 1. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Good, put up, rear brake, rear brake. Yeah, so right now Gary just has to work out being smooth. You know, that's all this is, being smooth. Straight through. Head and eyes on my camera. On my camera, keep looking at it. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Good job. You don't want to speed up, right? Because you don't need to. Good job, man. So I asked him to hold a turn. And that's what he did, but he held it too long. Head nice, head nice. Rear brake, rear brake. Straight through, straight through. Head nice. Clutch, clutch. Good, good, good. Excellent, Ann, excellent. Good. Head nice on my camera. Clutch, clutch, clutch. You looked down when that happened. Yeah, when she made that turn, I saw her look down, straight through. And when she looked down, the bike started going down. Keep your head and your eyes up. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Too much speed. Hold that turn. Yeah, too much speed to begin with. That's 10. Good, nice and easy, straight through. Slow down. Good, stay at that speed. Head nice. Keep the clutch where it is. You good, man, you're good. See, your foot didn't do anything right there. Yeah, man. His foot didn't do a damn thing right there. He was fine. Slow down. Straight through, straight through. Slow down, rear brake, head nice. You're looking down, head nice. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Don't drop my bike, man. All right, so from right here, keep the bars turned. You're gonna open the clutch and then close it a little bit. Preload. Rear, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yep.
That's too much.
Yeah.
Open it close. Make sure you're covering that rear brake too. There you go, there you go. Keep it turned, keep it turned. There we go. Guys, that's drop catch all day. I just started doing that, making people, good. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Clutch, straight through. Head nice, rear brake, clutch, 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 clutch. Hold that turn, good job, man. Good job. Again, you see the bike doing a lot of this, that's what I expect, I told you. We're gonna be herky-jerky at first. Straight through. Excellent. Right in the middle. No, we're not stopping yet. Straight through. Straight through. Slow down, head nice. Good. Hold that turn, rear brake, hold that turn. Right in the middle. Beautiful. Beautifully done. Slow down, slow down. Pull the clutch in a little bit, just a little. Head nice, rear brake. Too much speed, too much speed. Yeah, we got to work with him with that. It's too much speed. Slow down, straight through. Good. Hold that turn, hold that turn. Beautiful. Smooth stop, smooth stop. All right, now we're doing it from a stop.
Okay.
And we're going left. And you're kind of in the left, so good luck. You want to back up?
Yeah.
All right, just back up. Oh yeah, you got a hill here. This is perfect. I'm still gonna help you. You let me know when to stop.
Okay.
All right, so now just bear right, go left. You're doing good, you're doing really well. Good, foot up. Pull the clutch, good, good. Head nice. Rear brake, hold that turn, Woo! Excellent. Smooth stop, smooth stop. All right, left turn. Last time you went, you looked down, and that's the way it started falling. Head and eyes on that camera. Keep looking at it. Keep the clutch where it is. Rear brake, start turning. Nah. So what Lisa is doing is as soon as she turns, she's pulling the clutch in. Smooth stop, friction brake. Oh man, all right. All right, left turn. Remember, if you need to, 2 to 1, if you need to. Rear brake, keep the clutch where it is, just use the brake. Head and eyes on my camera. Foot up, start turning, don't speed up. Okay. You're good. Guys, we don't apologize for hitting cones. Wherever you want to stop. Smooth stop. Friction brake. All right, you ready to be up here? Okay. Head and eyes on my camera. Foot up. Yeah, you weren't ready to be that close. But that's good. Stay with it. Good. See how you stay with that? That's what I want. Smooth stop wherever you want. Now you got to be in the chute. Your front wheel at least. All right, you're good. Right there. All right, that was excellent. When you pulled off, that was excellent because that bothers people so much. Open the clutch, pull it back in a little bit. That's how you stay inside the cones. Easy. Head nice. Hold that turn. Rear brake. Good job, man. Straight through. We're not stopping. Straight through. Good. Friction brake. Got to be in the chute. Front wheel. All right.
20 more push-ups.
No. That was good. All right. Once you find that clutch, keep it where it is. Use the rear brake. Good. Easy on that brake. Clutch. Keep it open. I'm literally watching your hand. As soon as you start turning, you're pulling the clutch in.
Yeah.
That's why it's just keep it where it is.
Okay.
All right? All right, stop. Come back here. Back up. Keep going back. Keep the bar straight. You're turning them. All right, you screwed it up. Never mind. What I was trying to tell you is your bike started like this. And so like I told Rob, when it's time for you to go, if you want to go that way, you can't just open the clutch and keep it at 2. That's why you went that way.
Yeah.
2, 1. And that's how you make that turn.
I have a hard time with this.
It'll come. Wherever you want to stop. Woo! All right. Head nice. Good job, man. Right in the middle. Straight through. Wherever you want to stop. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake. Nice. Head nice on the camera. Hold that turn, hold that turn. Excellent, man, excellent. Straight through. Woo! Right in the middle, beyond the middle. Straight through. Straight through, straight through. Good, no, straight through, straight through. Slow down, slow down. Hold that turn. Too much speed, too much speed. Straight through, straight through. So yeah, it's too much speed. So when he turns, he has to lean. Wherever you want to stop. Beautiful stop. All right, straight through. Head and eyes on my camera. Keep looking at it. Excellent, excellent. Smooth stop, any way you want. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. All right, smooth stop over here, Ann. Head and eyes on my camera. I still want to stop. Smooth stop. See, you got no friction zone there. Friction brake, friction brake. Right turns next. So I told Ann head and eyes and she was like, nope. And she went straight. Smooth stop right there. Head and eyes up. Good. On my camera. Too much speed, too much speed. Good, work it out. Straighten out. I like what I just saw because you felt that bike falling and you opened the clutch to stand it back up. That was outstanding. I know your BP is at 1.7, 175, but you're good. Right turns next. Wherever you want to stop. Friction brake, friction brake. See, that's not a friction brake stop. All right, I want you to keep it slow. All day we keep stuff slow. Smooth stop, make up for it over here. Preload. Clutch. As soon as you on that clutch, rear brake. Rear brake, rear brake. Start turning, keep the clutch there. You're good, you're good. I got you. Now, it's funny because it was falling. All you had to do, straighten those bars out. You'd have been fine. All right, right turns next. Which you say you like best, rights or lefts?
None.
Oh, yeah. You said you didn't know. Okay. Wherever you want to stop. Good. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Beautiful. All right, yeah. Now we know you ain't ready to be all the way up there. So, that's, you know, all right. Smooth stop. Give me another one of those. Head and eyes on my camera. Stop. So why is that happening?
Not enough clutch.
That's why we do 2 to 1, because we don't want to give the bike a chance to start falling. If it fell to the left, that would have helped you. That doesn't, but you don't know which way it's going to fall. 2, 1. Keep the clutch where it is after that, rear brake. Go, oh man, you had that, it was perfect. You just pulled the clutch in. Trust and believe. Foot up. Clutch, foot up. So you keep pulling the clutch in. Yeah. All right, right turns next. Straight through, don't stop. Slow down, hold that speed, start turning. Clutch, 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 clutch. All right, from right, oh yeah, back up, let's do it again. Go all the way back. Keep going.
The incline that's throwing me off, I think. I don't know.
Good, keep the clutch where it is, rear brake. Head nine, you're looking at those clutch, clutch, clutch. Woo, that's what I'm talking about, brother. That's what I'm talking about. Really? Really? I gotta return those things. All right, smooth stop. Wherever you want. Ah, you want the ambassador's treatment, okay.
I didn't ask for it.
That's right, you didn't, you just took it.
Right.
All right, smooth stop over here, good luck. All right, stop. Good. Keep it slow. Good. Good. Friction brake. Clutch, clutch, clutch. All right. Make up for it over here. Smooth stop.
Smooth stuff.
Good. Preload. All right. Stop, stop, stop.
Yeah.
Back up.
Can I start again?
Yeah, we got to, yeah. We can't turn it, but, you know. And I'm looking at your RPMs and it,
They're bouncing.
yeah, just find a spot and stay there.
Yep.
So, let me see your preload. Give me a little more. A little more. Listen to that. That's what I want it to sound like the whole time.
Okay.
All right. Clutch. Clutch. Back it up. So now, you're not opening the clutch enough. You still feel falling. You know it's not enough clutch. 2, 1. We just wanted to stand up. 2 to 1. Yep, there's the sound. Clutch. Clutch. 1. Nice and easy on that brake. Start turning. So you're pulling the clutch in. Keep the clutch where it is. Yep, and that's what that's about. It's a lot of shit going on with the hands.
Yeah.
We'll work through it. All right, so now from right here,
Yeah.
turn the handlebars. Cover that rear brake. Now, if we don't want to go straight, you're going to have to open the clutch and then 1. 2 to 1. If you keep it at 2, you're going to go that way. 2, 1. 2, 1. You're good. You got it, man. You had it. Yeah, he had it. It just don't. We're always going back to our feelings. All right, smooth stuff. All right, I'll take it. See how the bike falling a little bit? Stay in that friction all the way to the end. Make up for it over here. Smooth stuff. Clutch, clutch. All right. Right turns next. Friction brake, friction brake. All right, smooth stop over here. Head nice on the camera. Good, hold that turn. Friction brake, start straightening out, friction brake. Ah, don't worry about that. The friction brake will get you to straighten that out. That's all that was.
Okay.
Right turns next. Straight through, straight through. Slow down. Go back. I don't want you to stop. Straight through. Yeah, keep going back. Keep going. I want to give you some room to kind of get, you know. All right, let's do it. Preload. Keep that throttle loaded. Load it. Clutch. Clutch. Keep the clutch where it is. Rear brake. Clutch. All right, he's working through it. I'll take it. But of course, if that's gravel, that bike's going down. Because the brake, the bike's hopping. We don't want that. Wherever you want to stop. Friction brake, friction brake. All right, another smooth stop over here. Head nice on the camera. Good, hold that turn, straighten out, rear brake, friction brake. All right, remember, friction brake. Don't just jam it, you're good, you had space. Head nice on the camera. Hold that turn. Hold it longer next time. Good job, though. Woo! See, she's right in the middle. She holds that turn. Slow down. Slow down. Good. Head nice. Slow down. Slow down. Too much speed. Good correction right there. Good correction. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Start turning. Rear brake. Hold the clutch where it is. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. You like rights better than lefts. That's how we find out, if he didn't know. Now he knows, and knowing is half the battle.
Now I know.
And knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe!
Good. Head nice on my camera. Perfect speed. Turn those bars. Turn those bars. Okay, go through. Good job. Good. Stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. Head nice. Start turning. Rear brake. Hold that turn. Hold it. Right in the middle. Excellent, Rob. Excellent. Rob likes right better than left as well. straight through, straight through. Straight through. That's Doug coming at you in 3D. Good, come on. Reset, reset. All right. Good, that's another 10. All right, so right now, you're heavy on that rear brake. So you're affecting the tightrope. Again, nice pressure. Right now, every time you don't like what you feel, you're jamming it. All right, let's back up. So how about this? Keep going. When you start out, I don't want you to use the rear brake at all. Open, close. I want you, just like exercise number 2, when I told you don't, I want you to do that. And then introduce the brake right before you're gonna turn. Okay? That way we got our clutch where we want it. I don't want to see all of this as you're approaching.
Yeah.
Find a spot and stay there.
Okay.
Then just drag the brake. Keep the clutch where it is. Good, good, good. All right. Start turning. Rear brake. Just tap it. Clutch, 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 clutch. See, right there, that's clutch.
Yeah.
But that's the best turn you've made. It was smooth because you didn't use the brake at all. I wanted you to use it, but you didn't. That was perfect. Right there, if you had clutch, boom. Straight through. That nice? All right, you're leaning a little. Straight up, PK. Slow it down, good. Head nice on my camera. Good, hold that turn, hold that turn. So you're dying to come out. Right in the middle, good job, man. Garrett is doing excellent, man, just excellent. Keep it slow, keep it slow. All right, back up. Keep going. So the same thing, when you do this, I don't want you to use, go back to more. Keep going. I don't want you to use the brake at all. No, I'm gonna let you use it for the turn, but as you're going up, that way you can get this clutch together. Right now it's like, you know, and then when you find a good spot, just stay there and drag the rear brake. All right, let's do that. Preload. You can cover it, just don't press it. Preload. Clutch. Pull it in a little. Too much clutch. Clutch. Yeah, so like there's no in between for Gary. It's either no clutch or full clutch. When I tell him open it, it's just like boom, it's gone. Straight through. Head nice on the camera. Keep it slow, keep it slow. Good job. Do it again. Right through, straight through. Head nice. Rear brake. Clutch, 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 clutch. Woo! Oh, it was beautiful. Trust and believe. All right, Lise. Good, stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. Head nice, start turning. Hold that turn, clutch, 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 clutch. She said, oh God, you're good, you're good. Trust and believe. Stay at this speed. Drag the brake, start turning, keep the clutch where it is. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. There we go, right in the middle. Beautiful. Slow down, going straight through. Slow down, start turning, rear brake. Hold that turn. All right, so in a situation like that, you're trying to turn right, the bike's going left. How do you deal with that?
Right.
That's right, because it's trying to go straight. So all you had to do is tap the brake. The handlebars would have turned in. Give and take, guys, open, close. Always relevant. Straight through. Good, nice speed. Start turning. Keep your eyes on that camera. Rear brake. Excellent. You like rights better than left. Definitely. Straight through. That eyes on that camera. Right in the middle, excellent. Good, keep it slow, keep it slow. Stay at one speed, easy on that brake, start turning. Use the brake, you can still use it. All right, so right now, you're making that turn, the bike's falling to the left, and you're trying to use your body. Remember, if it's going left and you're trying to turn right, what do you need to do?
Give it more power.
No, that's gonna make you keep going that way.
Oh,
Remember, you need to just,
pull the clutch.
or brake, just a little bit, and then it'll make you be able to do that. All right. Speed up, clutch, clutch, clutch. Straight through. There we go. Right in the middle. Good job, PK. His bike started to lean. He picked it right back up. Straight through, straight through. Head nods on the camera. Hold the turn. Outstanding, Garrett. Outstanding. Good. Nice and easy. Good. 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 Start turning. Ah. I want you to cover the brake. That was good. His speed was good, but he didn't have his foot on the brake at all. And so when he needed it, now he's going to smash at it. Like I say, that's what you're going to do, and you don't have your foot there already. Or more likely to. Good. Hold that speed. Hold those turn. Outstanding, man. Right in the middle. Smooth stop. Friction brake. Friction brake. Friction brake. Friction brake. Beautiful. And that was outstanding. And it was outstanding because, yes, you leaned, but it wasn't because you were going too fast. It's because the bike was falling and you didn't address it right away, but you didn't give up. You didn't put a foot down. Oh, that was beautiful. I loved it. All right, straight through. Head and eyes on my camera, please. Good. Head and eyes. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Drag it. Good job. Good job. Wherever you want to stop. What's with all this speed? Nice and easy, Lisa. Nice and easy. You good? You good?
I don't know.
I do. You're good. Don't start, this is just like what we did, the first thing we did. Open, close. You don't have, that's two all the way up here. That's why you're going so fast. Then right here when it started falling, you forgot. As soon as you feel it, clutch. Or come off the brake. Preload. All right, let's do this. Head and eyes on my camera when you turn. Start turning. Good, hold that turn. Clutch, clutch, hold the turn. Good job, Lee. But you see our handlebars are going like this. Wherever you want to stop. Keep it slow, keep it slow. Friction stop. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. That's not, you know why I know it's not a friction stop? I don't hear a preload. Yeah, 3 comes before 4. All right, so now we know rights are better than lefts for you here. It might be different there, it's usually the opposite. Why, I don't know. All right, straight through. 2 to 1. And that throttle is too low. Got to preload, guys. That's why we want to get that done first. Preload, it's the third thing we do before we move the bike. Preload and keep it loaded. Smooth stop, friction brake, friction brake. All right, straight through. Head and eyes on my camera. Good, start turning. All right, stop. Come back. All right, so this is a throw catch situation. What's happening is you're starting to move and the bike is falling that way. So to assure that doesn't happen, when you pick up your foot, do that. You're throwing the bike slightly to the right, but as soon as you throw it, you catch it with the clutch. Throw, catch. All right, let's try it. It's like trust and believe, but easier. Good. Turn those bars, turn those bars. Hold that turn. Well, it's impressive either way. I don't care about the cones. That's pretty good. So you like lefts better than rights?
By far.
Okay. Wherever you want to stop. I want a smooth stop, Rob. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. I'll take it. it's not only is it doing this, but it's falling to the left. Stay in the friction zone a little longer. All right, straight through. Head nice. Clutch. Good, good, good correction. Good correction. So no, you got to get in here. Stop in here.
I appreciate that, Robert.
Well, I don't like to stop, but I'll take
I
it.
didn't either.
Smooth stops, baby. All right, straight through. Head nice. Good job. Right in the middle. Straight through, straight through. Don't stop, straight through. Good, nice and easy. Slow down, slow down. Hold that turn. Hold that clutch, clutch. We'll get it. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake. Ah, I don't want that at the end. Friction brake, friction brake. Right now you're feeling falling and time to stop. Don't give up on it. All right, straight through. Head nice. Leaning. Straight through, straight through. Good job. Good, friction brake, friction brake. All right, we're diving at the end. I want it smooth. Isn't it, no matter what we do out here, I'm always gonna be looking at that stop.
Yeah, why is it so? Is that just because I'm hitting the brake a little too hard? I'm not hitting this.
No, it's because at the end of the stop, instead of you bringing it to a smooth stop, you're feeling a little bit of falling and you're finishing it off with the brake.
Okay.
So that's why it's just diving.
Yeah,
But it's far and few between. It's far and few between.
Right.
And that's good.
Okay.
All right, straight through. Head nice with the camera, good. Turn those bars, good, clutch. Trust and believe, brother, you had that. Straight through, straight through. Keep it slow, use the brake. You can use the brake. Head nice, turn. Too much power, too much power. Good. But at least he's not putting the foot down, he's working it out. That's really all I care about. Smooth stop. Friction brake. All right, straight through. Good, good. Excellent, man, excellent. Right in the middle. Good, keep it slow, smooth stop. I want to hear the preload. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. All right, you can make a for it right here. Smooth stop. Head nice. Head nice, good. Rear brake, friction brake, straighten out. Not as smooth as I would like it, but it was nice. Take a break. Excellent job. Excellent job. Good. Smooth stop. That preload's low. Yeah, let's keep that preload up. All right.
You know why?
Why?
Because I thought it was on the thing.
So here's what I'm going to say about that.
That's hilarious. I should be
It's
relying on the
hilarious.
sound of it.
You see, you're right. You're always one step ahead of me. You know that. I can hear it. You can hear it if you're listening for it.
How funny is that though?
You're like, okay, yeah, it's high enough. It's over 2,000. Because really, quite frankly, at this stage of the game, I don't want you looking at it. Right now, you should be able to hear it. Okay? All right, smooth stop over here. Yeah, you're all the way in the left. I know. Back up. That's okay. You're on a downhill, so it's easy. Keep going, because I want you to have room to bear left and then make a right. All right.
Do you want me to go up and park up here? Or
No, stop wherever you want to stop in there. Wherever you want to stop. All right, smooth stop over here. So you can't be going too fast in here. Keep it slow. Don't speed up in the turn. You don't need to. All right. So this is a throw and catch situation. You want to make sure the bike goes that way. So when you're about to move, right before you move, when you pick up your foot, throw the bike to the right a little bit and then catch it with the clutch. If you don't catch it, it's just going to keep going. Throw, catch. Not lean, just throw the bike. We're doing this straight up, there's no leaning. Throw, catch. You're just making sure the bike goes this way, not that way.
how do you throw without leaning?
You catch it with the clutch. If you throw it and don't catch it, then it's gonna lean. This is what you're doing. Look, catch. You're just making sure it goes straight, not that way. That's all it's doing. Preload. More. Good. Clutch. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Good job. Friction brake. All right, take a break, take a break. Good. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. All right, that's still not smooth because it's too much speed. A little slower. Make up for it. Smooth stop over here. Good, rear brake. Hold that turn, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. I'll take it. Take a break, man. Good job. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. There we go. All right, give me another one over here. Turn those bars. Good, turn the bar, clutch, 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 clutch. Turn it. You had it, you had it. You're right there. Yeah, you had it. Cover that brake, cover that brake. All right, take a break, man. Good job. Good. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake. Oh, man. We're going to have to go back to number 1, Rob.
Yeah.
Come into the box. All right. You're just coming out of the friction zone too soon, that's all. All right, smooth stop over here. Good. Head nice. Turn the bars, rear brake, clutch, rear brake, hold that turn, friction brake. Ah, we're just missing the friction brake. But everything else was good, so your stop is still like this.
And I hit that button right here.
Oh, okay. Take a break, man. Good job. Straight through, don't stop. Easy, easy. Keep the clutch where it is, rear brake, turn the bars. So right there, the speed was perfect. When I said rear brake, you jammed it and the bike went like this.
Yeah.
So that's all this is about, all the inputs that you're putting into the bike right now. You're punching the bike. That's all that is.
Too strong.
Too strong. Because when we're going that slow, yeah, of course, if you hit the brake,
I'm hammering it.
yeah, you're hammering, right? When you go back and watch the video, you'll see. Take a break. Smooth stop. Good. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Yeah, see how he's diving? You're not riding into the end. And when you get to the very end of that stop, you feel falling and you just finish it off by braking. Let the friction don't pull you into that stop. Make up for it over here. Smooth stop. Lean. So too much speed there. That's the third time you did that. When you go to make that turn, you give a burst of speed. And then it's forcing you to lean to make that turn. You don't need that. 2, 1, turn the handlebars, drag the brake if you need to. Boom. Take a break. Good job. All right, smooth stop. Straighten out, friction brake, friction brake. So yeah, I saw you stop and go like this. That's all I want to see, because you know it when you feel it. Good job, take a break. Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Smooth stop, smooth stop over here. I'll take it. Take a break. So Doug is just trying to go extra slow. Straight through. Pull the clutch in a little, pull the clutch in a little. Come on, come on, come on. I don't want you to stop. Go back. I don't want you to stop. I want you to go straight through, but you got too much clutch. So when you first start moving, keep going. When you first start moving, open, and then close it a little bit. Keep it there. All right. Good, close it a little. Good, stay at that speed. Stay at that speed, clutch, 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 clutch. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Clutch, keep it loaded. There we go. There we go. Take a break, man. It's getting better. He likes rights better than lefts too. All right, it's falling to the left. Stay in the friction zone all the way to the end. Make up for it over here. Smooth stop. All right, don't stop at the bar's turn. Other than that, good job, man. Take a break. All right, guys, we're gonna move on to exercise number 5, single serpentine. So now we're gonna be turning again, but now we're gonna be leaning for the first time and transitioning for the first time. All right, let's do it. But any questions from exercise number 4? So I was surprised a lot of, actually you guys did really well, right? Really well. If you guys don't know, I don't blow smoke. If something looks like crap, I might just be quiet. I'm gonna say something to you, but I'm not gonna tell you it looks like crap. But if it looks good, I'm gonna tell you that was excellent. And if you hear me yelling and stuff, woo, all of that's real. I'm telling you, man, when people get it, I love it, man, I love it. Ann, Rob already said Ann's making it look bad. She's killing it, man, because again, you might think that when you make these turns or anything that you do out here, if it's done perfectly, oh, that's great. And yes, I appreciate that, but I appreciate it even more when it looks like crap and you're working through it, because that's how you learn. If everything was smooth, you wouldn't, you know. And I use that same analogy with life. If you've lived a life on easy street, as soon as some adversity comes up, you ain't gonna know what to do, you're gonna panic. Same thing on your motorcycle. So I call that the wrinkled t-shirt theory. I made that up. The t-shirt's designed to cover the upper part of your body, so it looks like crap, but it's still doing the job. The iron is practice, right? And so that's what you guys are doing. So Dan is, actually it was coming together at the end.
Or Don.
Don, God damn it. Thank you for correcting me. I had a guy, a whole practice session. I'm saying his name wrong, and we're doing the exit interview. He goes, oh yeah, by the way, it's, come on, dude. All right. At the end, it's starting to come together because again, open, close, everything that we talked about beforehand was relevant in there. But again, that's what practice comes from, for you to actually apply it there. So for instance, Rob was making the turn and he stopped right here. The cones are right in front of him. Now I used to let people just ride it right out. But now I tell them, okay, listen, we already talked about open, close. That's what you need to do here. With the handlebars turned, this is sort of a drop and catch. With the handlebars turned, the first time Rob did this, he went this way. Why did that happen?
Power makes you go straight.
That's right, too much clutch. He went to 2 and stayed in 2. When all he has to do, or anybody has to do, if I want to go that way and I'm starting with the handlebars turned, wow, I really don't like the way this feels. But I know it doesn't matter. 2, 1. 1 is going to allow me to keep the bars turned. And if I need to go back a little bit to 2 because I feel the bike falling, fine. But I don't need to stay in anything right there. Based on what I feel. 2, 1, boom. Nice and easy. And he did that. Ann was making the turn, and I would have bet money a foot was coming down. So of course, if that's gravel, she's on her ass because we can't lean. But she's not leaning because of speed. She was going slow enough, but when the bike started to fall, she didn't address it as soon as she felt it. So it got about right here, and then she just opened the clutch up, boom. That was just beautiful. So why do I love seeing that? Because again, that's trust and believe in real time. Doug, trust and believe in real time. He's, you know, Doug is doing stuff a little extreme. He's trying to go very, very slow. Garrett is killing it. So is anybody's strength different than what they said? Everybody's is exactly what they said? Rights, lefts. Okay, good. That was good. Lisa, excellent. Sometimes too much clutch. Where's Gary? Gary, I'm telling you, that's why I wanted to get on his bike and see. Sometimes, like on my Limited, let me not disrespect it, on my CVO Limited, for some reason, ever since I got the bars done, the clutch is kind of wonky. So it's almost like there is no 1. It's like when I open my clutch, it's in 1.5. And it doesn't let me ease into it. So I thought that's what was going on with his bike. So when I got on it, yeah, that's why I told him motorcycle's fine, sir. Not that he was complaining. He wasn't saying it was the motorcycle, but sometimes people don't know. I like to be able to feel it. Like one guy, I got on his bike and I was like, how the hell are you riding this thing? You can get used to anything, man. That thing was a disaster. And the steering was all heavy. The front tire was underinflated. So I asked you how much air was in your front tire because at first it felt difficult to turn it. So, all right. And lastly, oh yeah, you're killing it too. Very nice, nice and smooth. A lot of you guys are starting out with all this speed. And if you don't have a lot of speed, when it's time to turn, now you don't have to do that. Just keep it where it is and stand by for the report. That's all you're doing. And covering that rear brake, okay? And lastly, PK, what do you do again?
So I'm actually, I'm president of a nonprofit motorcycle safety foundation, and I actually do, I'm proud to wear this, I do training sessions.
Exactly.
Get together and do training sessions. So when he asked me about my level, he's joked around sandbag, but I'm a real hard critic on myself, and I feel like there's certain things, and he's catching things that I do that aren't 100% correct.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to do it naturally. I've been riding for a long, long time, and there's certain things, certain habits I have, and I want to get out of those habits and get better and do things correct so that I can help people do things correct.
And where are you located?
I'm here in Vegas.
Are you guys aware of that? Well, now you are. Because at the end of the day, guys, I say this all the time. You know how they say it takes a village to raise a child? In my opinion, it takes a village to teach people how to ride a motorcycle properly, right? Get your information from a bunch of different sources, and you put all that together. Somebody might say, at the end of the day, I told you at the start of the day, this is not rocket science. Throttle, clutch, rear brake, head and eyes. It's not like you get to a certain level, all right, Rob, you're a moto officer now, or you're doing competitions. Stand by, we're gonna open up the briefcase, and now we're gonna talk about these new techniques. It's the same stuff. Nothing's different, nothing's new, okay? All right, so if you guys need to get in contact with him, get in contact with him, because if you're not practicing and you're looking for somebody to practice with, I'm far away. So, you know, I might be talking to PK, we'll see. But you know, I'll talk about ambassadors later. It's a lot more that goes into that than just knowing what you're doing on the motorcycle, a lot more. Anybody that's an ambassador now, it wasn't somebody that I just knew them. They just jumped off the page, right? Because it's about everything. It's not just the riding, it's everything. They're helping people out on Instagram and YouTube, and you know, it's being positive and spreading the word, all of that stuff. Anyway, exercise number 5, single serpentine. Who has never practiced this? None? Okay, good. This exercise is extremely important. Now, I should have said this at the beginning, but I'll say it now. The goal today is not just to get through these cones. It's how you get through them. So, the cones are 15 feet apart, guys. I'm telling you that for informational purposes. This is the first time we're going to start leaning. And now I want the leaning. What people want to do in this exercise is this. Because I told you, people don't want to turn their handlebars. And so this is what they want to do, and they're clipping every cone. So what I've introduced are these cones. They're going to be next to this cone, all the way down. Because I want you to start wide and stay wide. So my brilliant idea is I started this. So I got them to start wide, and then they don't stay wide. Because they're going to revert back to what makes you feel comfortable. The goal here is not just, yes, I want you leaning. But we're turning the handlebars too. We're not making slight turns. And we're transitioning. Boom, boom. And when you, for instance, this first turn, when you go to that turn, without those cones, I get people approaching like this, hugging this cone. And this angle is I'm not gonna say it's no good, but I don't prefer it because it's actually taking away space from you. And now it's forcing you to have to make a quick turn on the next cone. Everything's happening faster because you're not holding turns. What does holding turns buy us?
Time and space.
That's right. Space and time and space, whichever way. This is the exercise where it's relevant. If you start turning back, if you transition too early, you're losing space and time. And so that's why this motorcycle is like this. This is how I want you to be, ideally. I want you facing this direction, not like this. And hold this turn. So when you come in here, I want you to aggressively dip the bike into this turn and hold it. When you transition, look how far you are now from this cone. Hold this turn. Hold it. Now, I said look how far you are from it, but now when you're coming here, look how close you are to it. I want to be closer to this cone than I am to that cone. That's why when I made this turn and I dipped it, look how close I am to this cone. That's how I want to be on every cone. If you find yourself really far from that cone, then that means it's going to start getting tighter on you. How do I fix that? Hold the next turn longer, right? So this is working on a bunch of things. It's showing you that you can lean your bike, but you don't have to be going too fast to do that. But also, we can't be going so fast that we can't turn, right? So we got to find a happy median. Exercise number 4, 2 miles per hour, because I didn't want any lean. Now I want lean, but I still want you to be able to turn the handlebars and transition. So I'm telling you to dip this first one. I want you to do that on all of them. Boom. Again, nothing extreme, but this is where we're going to show this bike, I'm the boss. Throw it around a little bit. It's fine. As I'm going down here, I'm going to find a good spot in the friction zone, and I'm going to keep it there. Look at, see what I mean? All of this stuff doesn't change. I'm going to keep my head and my eyes straight ahead. I'm not going to look at every cone, and I'm going to counterbalance my body, which just means I'm going to keep my body straight up and down and let the bike lean under me. Boom. Now, I do this usually brakeless. I don't need a brake here, especially if I'm holding the turns longer, because it's just making it easier for me. I got plenty of time. Boom, boom. And that's what I want. And keep this in mind. If you have an issue dipping the bike, right? There's a method to the madness. And you have an issue with U-turns, that's why. That's all of these exercises that I put together build on one another. And so if I see people having, they kind of baby in the bike, that's why your U-turns are so wide. Because to make your U-turns tighter, you need to commit to the turn and the lean right away. If you do this, it's going to be a wide turn, okay? So that's why we do this first. Then we do that. And we get good at this. So if you go down the first time and you're a little, don't worry about it. For some reason in this exercise, by the second time, it starts, you start loosening up, okay? Questions? Again, it's not about going fast. Now, as I say that, somebody's going to come through here, just knocking down every cone. Boom. I don't care if you hit a cone. That's not the point. I don't want you hugging the cones. Hold the turns. Transition, transition. First gear. Cover the rear brake. Transition. Start wide, stay wide. Smooth stop. What a lot of you guys were forgetting too is, when we're doing that exercise, you're pulling up all of this speed, crappy stop, the suspension is smooth stop all day, guys, all day. Don't get lazy, don't start reverting back to what you normally do, okay? All right, let's do it. Head and eye, straight ahead. Good, there we go. Very nice. Start wide, stay wide. Dip it in. Good, dip it in. Good. That's what I'm talking about. Trust and believe, baby. That's a pucker effect for your booty. Good. There we go. Dip it in there. Dip it in there. Good. Transition. Keep your speed up so you can lean. Dip it in there. Good catch. Good catch. Head and eye, straight ahead. Transition, you got to turn those bars. Keep that throttle loaded, keep the throttle loaded. All right, you're gonna have to work on that. Dip it in. Yeah, you got to turn those bars, turn them. Lean it in. Rear brake. So we got to watch our speed too. If you're trying to turn it in and you can't turn the bars, you're going too fast. Dip it in. Transition. Turn those bars like you mean it. Turn them. Good. Dip that one in. Keep your speed up. Transition. All right. Good, transition. All right, your transitions are slow, PK. So I saw that one coming. So even though he was holding the turns, right, it buys you space and time, right? So he should have been fine. Yeah, but the transitions are too slow. So it's bringing them right on top of the next cone. Good, transition. Good, transition. There we go. Head 9, straight ahead. Good job, man. All right, he's gonna have to hit the rear brake here. There we go. Very nice. Dip it in. Good. Good. Keep it loaded. All right. A little heavy on that brake. And again, I want him to keep that throttle loaded. It's always boop, 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 boop. I don't want to hear that. Good. Dip it in. Hold the turns longer. You're hugging the cones. Yes, he's hugging the cones, and his bike is narrow. So this is not about just getting the bike past. I want you to practice turning the bars. You don't have to turn the bars as much if you're hugging them. Hold the turn longer. Hold the turns longer. Good. 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 Staging, Liz. Staging. Good. Dip it in. Keep your speed up. Hold those turns longer. Keep it loaded. Keep it loaded. Man, oh man, that's the wrinkled t-shirt, boy. I'm telling you. She made it work, though. Woo, she made it work. I love it, man. There's no quit. No feet coming down. That's the main thing I'm looking for. Head and eye, straight ahead, Rob. Straight ahead. Good. Good. There we go. Get it in there. There we go. So Rob already did that one better than he did the last one. This happens all the time. Dip it in. Head and eye, straight ahead. Transition. Too much speed. Use the rear brake. There we go. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Transition. All right. Something to work on. Staging. Dip it in. Watch your speed. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. It's too much speed. Yeah, remember guys, if you're trying to turn and you can't seem to turn those bars, it's too much speed or too much power. In this case, it's too much speed. See right here? Don is straight up. And that's the perfect example of why I tell people I want you to lean, because that's what we need to get comfort in. Transition. Transition. There we go, transition. There we go. Now you're closer to the first cone. Good. Good. Get it in there. Beautiful. And see how he's comfortable leaning the bike? So it's not an issue. But if you're not comfortable leaning the bike, yeah, this is going to be an issue. Very nice. Nice and smooth. Nothing feels stressed. Preload is good. Nice and steady. Not too high. Definitely not too low. Very wide right here. Good. Good. Keep it loaded, baby. Keep it loaded. That throttle, man, all day. So that's something, yeah, he's going to have to work on. Keeping that throttle loaded. Keep it wide. Keep it wide. Good. Good. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. All right, guys. We're gonna move on to exercise number 6 now, because this is why we start with this. Get comfortable dipping that bike and leaning the bike at not too high of a speed, and then U-turns will be a lot more tolerable for you. So that's what we're gonna do now. Infamous U-turn, exercise number 6. Let's do it. transition in the middle. All right, let's do it. All right, so she's early. Hold the turn, hold the turn, hold the turn. Nope, ain't gonna happen. Come on, come on, come on. Head and eyes on me. Come to me. Come to me. Come on, come on. Good. Head and eyes, come to me. Come to me. Come on. You're good, you're good. Transition. Do it again. Woo! Work it out. Head and eyes, come to me. Come on. Come on. Transition. All right, you're early on that one. You got this. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Oh, man. Beautiful. Wow. What the hell? All right, Rob, no pressure. No pressure. Yeah, keep your speed up. It's a damn shame hands can't get a ka-ching. She hit that one cone. Head and eyes, head and eyes. Transition. Good. Good, Rob. Head and eyes on me. Come to me. Head and eyes on me. Easy on that rear brake. Transition. Do it again. Looking good. Head and eyes on me. Hold that turn. Transition. Good. All right. Look for the exit. Look for the exit. Head and eyes up. Good job, man. Yeah, baby. Excellent job, Rob. He's way too early. Well, no, he's not. If he can lean this bike, which he's already shown that he can. Good. That's nice. Good job, man. Good. Beautiful. Yeah, he doesn't like the right turns, but he's also forcing himself to turn more or lean more because he's not coming all the way to the left. So, you know, if you give it up on one side, you have to make it up on the other. Nice, brother. All right. Head and eyes on me. Head and eyes on me. Come to me. Transition. Good, good, good. Lean it over, lean it over. Let it lean. Trust and believe. Head and eyes on me. Come on, come on. Transition. Good, lean it over. There we go. Head and eyes on me, find me. Transition. Turn those bars, baby. Damn! Ah! Last time, last time. All the way to the top. Hold that turn, find me. Find me. Transition. See, she's early here. Take a break, Lise. There you go, open that clutch. Come on, come on. All the way to the top. All right, you're early. But she leans enough. Look at this turn. Hold that turn, transition. Look at these turns, guys. This happens all the time. We're gonna talk about hold it, transition. Good. Hold that turn, clutch. That's right, finish it out. Finish it out, Ann. That's right, Ann, finish it out. So close. We're gonna talk about that. You see this, guys? Did you see the radius of those U-turns? How tight they were. Find me, head nice. Transition.
Did turn it back.
Yeah. It happens. Take a break. Let's go, Doug. You got it. This is a shame. Can't give Doug a ka-ching because he didn't do the exercise as instructed. He went the wrong way. See how he comes as a slant instead of him coming right to me on the transition? It's fine because he's leaning the motorcycle enough where it doesn't matter. Look at this, very nice, see? Very early on that. So now he's tight at the top, but it doesn't matter. Excellent. See, he's still giving away space on the top. And right here, look at all this space right here he's giving away. So now the turn that he doesn't like the most, he's got to lean more to make. He made it though. Wheel placement, people, wheel placement. See, early here again, very early. Very good, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. And a throttle blip. Nice. Money, baby, money. All right, last but not least. Keep the speed up, good. All right, he's early, so it's gonna be tighter at the top. Hold his turn, transition. All right, it happens, guys. He got stuck in the turn, and trust me, that does happen. Anyway, we're gonna move on to exercise number 8, offset double serpentine, guys. Hold those turns. In that exercise, it's key. Holding turns buys you space and time. Let's do it. Plus, I want you to get comfortable holding the turn, transition, holding the turn, transition. You good? All right. Dip it in, hold it, transition. Hold that turn, hold it, transition. You're good, go around the green cone. Good, hold this turn, hold this turn. You're not holding it long enough. hold it, hold it. Transition. Hold the turn, slow down, hold the turn, hold it. Transition, there you go. Now hold this turn, hold it, hold it, hold it. Transition. You gotta transition quick, Elise. Good job. Good, hold that turn, hold that turn, hold that turn, hold that turn. You gotta turn, see, you're going straight. We're never going straight. Hold this turn, come on, come on, come on, come on, transition. Good, hold this turn, hold it, hold it. He's not holding the turns. Hold the turn, hold it, transition, there we go. It should be a looping turn. Good, hold it, see, you're going straight here. Gotta hold those turns. Ann really doesn't need to go around these green cones. She really doesn't. Good job, Ann. Good job. Head and eyes. Look at the gate you came from. Head and eyes. Head and eyes. Look over here. You gotta hold those turns longer. See, the angles are all off. Good, there you go. Transition, dip it in there. Go around the green cone, you're good. Good, hold it, transition. There you go. Good, dip it in there, All right, you're good. Good. There we go. That's how you hold a turn, guys. Hold that turn. And then drop it into the next one. Beautiful. PK didn't have an issue with that. So he leads the right. Beautiful. Dip it, hold it. Transition, good. Hold this turn, hold it, transition. There you go. Very nice, hold it, transition, nice. Knife head, nice. See, it's one thing when your bike just looks nice, but when you ride it like this, it looks nice and you make it look even better. Outstanding. Dip it in, hold it, transition. Nice. Very nice. Hold that turn a little longer next time. Hold it, transition. You're good, go around the green cone. There you go. Hold it, transition. There we go. You're good. Brakeless. Okay. Doug's doing it brakeless. Because you're looking at that cone.
I did. I looked right at that something.
You looked at it. You stared at it. You were like, hey, did I hit it?
Stare at it.
All right, guys, we're going to move into the last numbered exercise. Figure 8, baby. Figure 8. Let's do it. Good job, man. Good job. Release up. Keep it loaded. Good. No, 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 no. If you're going in there, you're supposed to be going that way. All right, shut it down. Go around, go around. Good. Placement, hug them all the way to the top. Keep your speed up, commit, good. Hold that turn, good. Clutch, clutch. Watch that foot, that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Open that clutch, brother. All right, go straight throughout, man. All the way around, go around. All right, you're early. I want that placement at the cone. Good. All the way to the top and commit. And he knew. Bike stalled. Clutch, clutch, clutch. There you go. Clutch, baby. Still owes me 10 push-ups. All right, Doug said he's going in my neighborhood. I already called ahead. Got an access pass for him. Actually, he's been there before, so he's welcome anytime. Early. Good. All right, you're early there, you're early. Clutch. Right turns.
I've never had it full lock. I felt it.
And the only reason you had to do it full lock is right here.
Like cutting it?
Your wheel is supposed to be here. You turned here.
Okay.
So that's why it's tighter over there.
Okay.
But you had it. It just spooked you.
Yeah.
All right, go around. Good. Keep your speed up. Easy on that brake. Good. Hold that turn. Rear brake. Rear brake. That's okay. Rear brake. Rear brake. Good. Lean it over, lean it over. Lean it over. There we go, lean it over. I don't think it should be in there. Nope. Wrong neighborhood, wrong neighborhood. All right, now you're going this way. Again, like I said, I want clean runs. That's 30 push-ups, and you duck walking up to the... Good, hold that turn, hold that turn. You're good. Lean it in there, lean it in there. Drop it in, you're good. Just catch it with the clutch. Clutch, clutch, woo! You all right?
I'm good.
All right. Motorcycle drop guards did their job. Look at that. Bags untouched, everything looking good. Outstanding. All right, take a break. Motorcycle drop guards.
Put them on last night.
Really? Look at that. And guys, not for nothing, but when that bike dropped, I heard Rob's bike, boom! He was ready, he was heading over here, man. That's his wife. The response time was excellent, but I shut him down. I told him I got it. Good, keep your speed up. Don't go too slow, because then you can't lean. Good, hold that turn. Good. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. All the way to the right, all the way to the right. Placement, hug them all the way to the top, all the way to the top, commit. This is your last circle, I don't want you to go any higher. Good, all right, to the left, to the left. All the way around? All right, take a break, man. Good correction. All the way to the left. All right, you're early over there. So that's why it's tight over here. Too early on that turn. Take a break, PK. How you feel? Tired, I know.
I'm tired.
Yeah. How you feel?
It's great, fantastic. I am tired too.
Yeah, of course. Do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
1.
You changing that number? No sandbag.
I'll do it 2.5.
I respectfully disagree.
Oh, okay.
Way too low.
I'd say 2.5 and stuff like that. I still got some things to work on, but they're starting to come together a little bit.
Okay. All right. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Awesome.
All right,
Thank you.
brother. Thank you.
Exhausted.
Where the hell are you going? Come here.
Are you guys
You're exhausted? Yeah, it's work. We were working on you today. You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out? Changing that number?
3.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Respectfully disagree. Pleasure to meet you. Again. I'll see you tomorrow. How you feel?
Feel pretty good up until the U-turns. I got to get more confident on pulling the handlebars, leaning on it a little bit, and then making sure I got a good speed when I start on that turn, because I was struggling on my my entry speed and figuring out, determining and holding on to what speed I needed to be at.
Your entry speed was fine. Right before you made the turn. Yeah. So you just keep everything the same.
Got to trust the lean in the
That's
turn.
exactly what it is.
Because if I was trusting it, I would have kept going.
Absolutely. Do you remember what you rated yourself when you came out?
3.
You changing that number?
I would say up to a 5, a little bit more improved, but would still say that I got to improve it quite a bit.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for coming out.
Absolutely. How you feeling?
Feeling good.
Good, as you should. You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
What was that?
Do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out? 3. You changing that number?
Probably 5.
Yeah, you're not at 3. Not at all, man. All right, man. Pleasure seeing you, man. You did a great job.
Thank you, man.
Keep it up, man. Keep practicing. Oh, I didn't get to interview you either. What's your name?
Justin.
Where are you from, Justin?
Jersey.
Jersey? New Jersey?
Yep.
Where you live now?
Here.
Okay, perfect. How long have you been riding the motorcycle?
8,
8-9 months? What are you riding today?
The Indian Chief Bob Dark Horse 24.
Okay. How long have you been practicing slow speed?
Maybe a week, 2.
Maybe a week or 2. Okay, good. You have to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed. What do you give yourself?
Probably 5.
5. Okay. Pleasure to meet you, man. You did great effort. Thank you. All right, how you feeling?
A little tired.
Yeah. Where's your house? You remember what you rated yourself when you first came?
1.
You changing that number?
Maybe just a half.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
1.5.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's about it.
All right, but you know what you need to work on.
I got a lot of practice ahead.
Make sure you do it, man.
Yeah.
Okay?
Got some exercises.
Good to meet you, brother. See you tomorrow. All right, man. How you feeling?
Oh, a little pooped.
Oh, yeah.
A little pooped. A little frustrated.
What are you frustrated about?
Yeah, I'm not going to drop my number, but I still got things to work on, and what's so enjoyable is identifying.
Absolutely.
And your highest failure rate, right and left turns. Dude, I can do 18-foot circles, but standing up 2 miles an hour, right and left turns, it's a challenge.
Yes, it is. It is. It takes way more skill doing it very slowly, straight up. It's all on you.
I appreciate you. This has been awesome.
Thank you. I
Second
appreciate
time
you
has
coming
even
out.
been better than first.
Yeah, man.
I enjoy it.
Do you remember, well, what did you rate yourself? You say you're not going to drop your number. You should.
Yeah,
drop
you
it.
made me go 7.
Yeah, I made you. Okay. All right. Good. You should be dropping your number. It would be ridiculous.
No, I'm not going to drop my
Good,
number.
good.
I'm going to raise it for slow starts and stops.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, good to see you, brother.
Thank
All
you.
right, man. All right. You remember how you feel?
Feel good. I feel like I learned a lot about myself and my bike today.
Good. Good. That's what it's all about, man.
Yeah.
You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
Is it 5 or 6?
Are you changing that number?
I'd say solid 6.
Okay.
Compared to where I think I want to be.
Absolutely.
So, but learned a lot about myself, and I think stuff that's going to help me when I work with others to to think. And the one thing that you showed me more than anything else is that people learn their own ways to get through things and stuff. So I can do a lot of things, but I don't do it maybe necessarily as clean as I should.
Gotcha.
And that's what I'm going to work on, is cleaning things up.
Beautiful. That's what it's all about. Having a plan and following through. Good to meet you, brother.
Thank you. You too.
All right. All right. How you feeling?
I feel good, man.
You should. You remember what you rated? Did I interview you when you came in?
Yeah,
What'd you
I
rate
think I
yourself?
said a 4 or 5.
You changing that number?
I'd say like 6, maybe 7.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Don't sandbag out here.
Yeah.
You did.
No,
Excellent.
I don't. I practice by myself. I don't
Yeah,
really
I can
hang out with
tell.
too many people, so.
I can tell. That's excellent, man. Great to meet you, man.
Thank you. Great to meet
keep
you.
it up, man.
Yeah, I highly
Absolutely.
recommend this class.
Thank
It's been
you.
a pleasure. I'm so
Thank you.
excited you got out here.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, guys, so listen, that's going to do it for practice session number 124. Great day, great weather. The damn wind blew over my tripod, broke some microphones and stuff, so that's going to change the way I'm doing some stuff out here for tomorrow's practice session. But spend more time being thankful for the things that you have and less time complaining about the things that you don't. I say that all the time. Another huge shout out to Jill from the Boulder City Adventure Center for allowing us to use this space. We'll be here again tomorrow. And a huge shout out to Rob for allowing me to ride his motorcycle. I appreciate that. I appreciate him trusting me with that. And I appreciate him giving me permission to scrape the boards. All right? Anyway, that's it, guys. That's going to do it. I'm going to say it again. I can never say it too many times. Spend more time being thankful for the things that you have, less time complaining about the things that you don't. Seat time doesn't equal practice time, guys. I say that all the time. You have time to ride your motorcycles. You have time to practice on them. That's not my opinion. Until next time.